Today we are looking at the Ubuntu 23.10.1 update. So here is the 23.10.1 update because the Ubuntu had some issues for a few days. So that's the reason they didn't release the 23.10, but here is the new point update. I think there was some malicious activities or something like something wrong with the Ubuntu file. So that's the reason they released the Ubuntu 23.10.1 Mantic Minotaur. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So I'm running it on a virtualization, which is a VMware with 60 GB of hard disk, and my CPU is i5 1240p, and I'm using a 4 GB of RAM for my virtual machine. So here is the welcome screen of Ubuntu 23.10.1 update. So this is a live boot. So let's choose your language. I'm choosing the English. So there are plenty of languages available here, as you can see. I'm choosing the English and the default one. So let's change to English. I accidentally clicked something. Let's choose English and click on next. Here you get the two options, and this is a new installer of Ubuntu which was already in the previous version too. So I'm choosing the live boot first. It's always a good option to boot it in a live boot first, because if you have any bugs or anything like apps crashes or anything, you can save your computer by just removing the ISO file. So if you directly install it on your hard disk or anything like that, if you have any issues, so that will be a problem for your PC. So that's the reason I'm always going to go with the live boot. So let's click on live boot first. And here is the complete desktop layout. So let's first open the system monitor before opening the or changing the display resolution. So these are all the processes running right now. When we launched the Linux distro, these are all the processes running, right? So these are all the resources. It's almost a 1.4 GB in the beginning of the video, or the base memory. When you start it, you will be seeing the 1.4 GB of memory. It should be different in your PC, maybe sometimes. So this is 1.4 GB in my PC, and the CPU is almost under 20%. So there is a stable graph in the CPU, as you can see. Let's run it to 1 minute or 60 seconds. So we can see the graph behavior. Maybe we should be seeing a high peak in graphs sometimes. So this is a stable ISO file. So there was some issue with the Ubuntu. Instead of releasing 23.10, they released the 23.10, but after a few hours they removed the ISO file. Maybe some virus or malicious activity has been done, so I don't know. So it took like a 3-4 days to release the point update. So here it is. As soon as the ISO file is released, I'm making a video. So I already made the Ubuntu flavors video. So if you want to check that out, you can check that out in my channel. So they are already available in my previous videos. So this is the graph of a CPU which is almost 20%, under 20% or 25%. It's going a bit high and low. So 1.4 GB of RAM. So let me put it in the right side corner throughout the video, so you can you can see the changes throughout the video in the system resources. So let's first change the display settings by right clicking display settings. My monitor is 1920 into 1080, so let me change that. So with a 16:9 ratio, let's apply, keep changes. You even have the fractional scaling. So you can change the scaling like a 125%, 175, 225. So you can change that by uh, checking the fractional scaling or toggling the button. Here is the toggle button. So let's go to the about section. So here is some of the information which is, let me put it properly. So the device name itself has Ubuntu operating system Ubuntu 23.10, but it's a zero point 0.1 update. So this is my CPU, this is my RAM, this is my hard disk. So let's click on system details. Here is complete information. The default kernel, which I already mentioned in previous videos of Ubuntu flavor also. So here is the default Linux kernel, which is available in Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors also. Windows system is X11. GNOME version should be 45. It will be available in few seconds, or maybe I will show you in the terminal. So this is the information. So let's close it. Let's open the internet browser, which is a Firefox web browser. And let me take you to their official website and show you the new features and release notes, all those things. So let's wait for the Firefox to load. It should take like a few seconds, like a 10 to 15 seconds usually. So keep an eye on the CPU and RAM throughout the video, so you'll be getting an idea to use it or not, this Linux distro. And this Linux distro will be having the end of life at maybe next year mid, which is June, which is June 2024. So it's almost like a 9 months of life for this. So it's clearly up to you to choose this Linux distro, or maybe older version will be good, which is LTS. So it's clearly up to you. So about Firefox, this is the same version which is available in Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So let me type in about support to get some of the important information. So here is some of the important information. If you want, you can just pause the video and read everything. So let me scroll it down. So all the information is here. If you want, you can read it by pausing the video. Or if you don't want anything like this, you can just skip the video and go to the next part. So here is complete information. So you can even change the playback speed in the YouTube settings to slowly read, or you can make that in a slow motion like a 0.25. The default number will be 1.0. You can change it to 0.25 so you can read properly in the playback speed of our YouTube settings. So this is all the information. So let's go to their official website, which is ubuntu.com. So here is the official website. So as you can see, Ubuntu 23.10 is now available. A new app center, all the information is here. So as you can see, so access the content. Ubuntu 23.10, here is all the release notes. New gnome, fast and friendly and fun, introducing the new app center, freeing firmware updates, ppm backed full disk encryption. So you can just pause the video, or you can just directly go to the website and get all the information. Let's go to the download section now. Let's click on download Ubuntu desktop. So this is a LTS. It is supported until April 2027. So I think it's a good option to go with the 22.04.3 LTS. Or if you want, you can just go with the Ubuntu 23.10. And as you can see, it's supported until July 2024, which is almost like 8-9 months from now. So here is the release notes. Let's click on release notes. So I'm using a VPN, so it's having some of the issues. So that's the reason it's a bit of slow here. So here is complete release notes. As you can see, you can just pause the video and read everything if you want, or you can just go to directly to their website and read everything. So let's close it. You can download directly from here, or legacy desktop installer. It's going to take a few seconds, and you should be seeing the ISO file downloading. The file size is around like 4.8 GB, which is almost like a 5 GB in a file size. So it's still a big file size. As you can see, you should be seeing the number Ubuntu 23.10 and a zero point 0.1 update. So here is the ISO file. So let's close the browser and let's open the terminal, and let's get some information of the distro. So let me change the color of the terminal so you can properly see it. Let me change to gnome light. Let me make it bigger so you can see properly. So let me type in INXI. So it's not installed. We need to install it. Copy the command and paste it. It takes like a 20 seconds maximum, and you should be seeing the INXI installed in a few seconds. So instead of waiting for that, let's see the date and calendar. Here is the date and calendar. Accessibilities. Here is all the accessibility. Power, volume, internet connection, night light, power mode, all the information is here. So let's type in Y for yes to install. So the memory is almost like a 1.7 GB and CPU is almost more than 50%. It's not a stable graph in the CPU, as you can see. It's almost installed, just a few seconds. So let's check about the terminal. So it's the version 3.49.92 for GNOME 45, and our terminal is completed. So let's type in INXI now and hit enter. As you can see, this is my CPU, which is already mentioned. So this is the kernel already mentioned too. So right now memory is almost a 1.62 GB of 3.78 GB, which is 43% almost. This is my hard disk, which is already mentioned. These are all the processors running right now, and INXI version is here, as you can see, 3.3.29. So let me type in another command, which is INXI dash small b. Hit enter. So under system, it says as a Ubuntu, host Ubuntu, kernel already mentioned, 64-bit, and desktop environment is a GNOME version 45.0, and distro it says as a Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So under machine it says as a VMware because I'm running it on a VMware. So this is my graphic information. Display is a X11. VMWGFX version is a 2.20.0.0. XOS version is a 1.21.1.7. XVLAN version is a 23.2.0. So this is my display resolution. OpenGL version is a 4.3. Mesa is a 23.2.1. And this is my storage, which is 60 GB, already mentioned too. Process running right now are 321. Uptime is 15 minutes. It's almost 15 minutes I'm making this video. So this is memory, and this is used memory. So let's type in another command, which is INXI dash capital G. Hit enter. So these are all the information which I already mentioned. So as you can see, so let's type in neofetch now. Before that neofetch, let's type in another command, which is cat /etc /issue. It's Ubuntu 23.10. So let's type in neofetch now. Neofetch is not pre-installed, so let's install it now. Copy the command, paste it, hit enter. We need to type Y for yes. It's going to take like a 30 to 40 seconds, and we should be installed the neofetch. RAM is almost like a 1.8 GB now, which is almost 45%. And we have our NeoFetch installed. So let's type in NeoFetch now. Hit enter. So here is the NeoFetch. As you can see, you can pause the video and read everything if you want. So let's type in another command, which is inxi-sv8. Hit enter. So this is the command which will grab complete information in the distro. So let's scroll it up. So here is the system information, complete system information. So this is the machine information. This is the memory information. This is the CPU information. This is all the vulnerabilities. This is the graphics information. Graphics, display, monitor, all the information is here. Just pause the video and read everything if you want. Here is the audio information, which is a pipe wire. So let's see whether here we have the pipewire version, which is 0.3.79, ELSA version K6.5.0-9. So this is the network information. This is the Bluetooth information. If you have Bluetooth, you should be seeing the Bluetooth information. This is drives, partition, USB, sensors, repos. All the information is here. So this is the process running right now, all the information of process. And finally, bash version is 5.2.15. Process running right now are 316. Uptime is almost 18 minutes. Wake ups are 272. Init systemd version is 253. So we got all the information. So finally, we have like a head stop. So for some of the viewers who want to head stop, let's type in head stop now. Hit enter. Head stop is also not pre-installed, so we need to install it. Let's copy the command. Let's paste it. Hit enter. It will take like a few seconds, maybe 10 seconds, and we have the stop installed. So let's type in stop. So here is the stop. So let's close the terminal. We don't need the terminal now. So let's open the installer. So here is the installer. Again, we have like a lot of languages here, which I already mentioned in the beginning of the video. So choose your language, click on next, choose your keyboard layout. You can choose your keyboard variant here, or you can type here to test your keyboard. I'm choosing the English United States. Click on next. Connecting this computer, you need to connect to a network to work everything properly. So if you don't have the internet connection, just go with I don't want to connect to the internet just now. I have internet, so I'm going with this option. Click on next. So the current Ubuntu desktop installer version is here. So you need to update. So I'm just going to skip it because I don't want to even install the Ubuntu because I want to make another video. So that's the reason. So here is the default installation, or here is the full installation: an offline friendly selection of office tools, utilities, web browser and games, and just the essentials, web browser and basic utilities. It's clearly up to you what you want to choose. I think a full installation will be a good option, but it's clearly up to you. Whatever you want to choose, it's clearly up to you. So other options: install third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi hardware, and download and install support for additional media formats. I'm going to check this button because it's important. So if you want to do that later, you can do that later. It's clearly up to you. Click on next after you're satisfied with the all the steps. I don't know, something is going around. So here is the two options, which is single boot option or a dual boot option. So this option will delete the current operating system. If you have any operating system or media files, anything in it, it's going to wipe all the things and it's going to install the Ubuntu 23.10.1 in it. So be careful while choosing this option. If you don't know how to install it, you can go check other channels who make videos on how to install the Linux distro. I don't have any problems checking out other channels, so it's clearly up to you. And always a good option, don't just watch someone's single video and directly install. Go check like 3 to 4 videos, tutorials about all the installation and all the things, and go with the installation later. Don't just download it and go install it. If only if you need, only if you know how to install it and how to use it. Or you can like you are you I want to mean like if you are a pro user or people who already know how to install it or already use the Linux distro, you can go with the installation. So if you are a newcomer to the Linux, so it's always a good option, go check out like a 4 to 5 channels and their videos, and go with the installation later. So these are the advanced features. You get like a experimental erase disk and a UZFS, which is a new option. You can choose whatever you want. You already know how to install it, so I'm not going to show everything. So the manual partitioning, you already know, it's a dual partitioning. You need to create a partition here to dual boot or alongside with another operating system. So choose whatever you want and click on next. Here is the summary of whatever you choose in the previous steps. So after clicking on install, it's going to give you the username, password. You need to create username, password, and it's going to install it on your hard disk or a virtual disk, whatever you choose it. So I'm not going to install. So let me close the installer now. So that was the installation process. I'm not going to install. I'm not going to show you how to install because I want to make another video. So that was the installation steps. So let's open some of the applications and see whether it crashes or not, or we should get something lag or something like that. Let's test it. If you don't get anything like lag or anything app crashes, so we should be good with the installation. So it says as a stable ISO file, but it's a point update, so be careful before installing. First try it and then go with the installation. So let's open like a bunch of apps, like a 10 to 12 apps, and see whether it crashes or not, or we should be getting any lag or something like that. So let's open random apps like a document scanner. Let's even open the LibreOffice. Let's open the utilities, which is disk usage analyzer. And let's open like a disks. Let's even open the cheese. Let's open the rhythm box, the shortwell, firmware updater, software updater, software and updates. Let's even open the text editor. I think we are good, I guess. Let's even open the videos. I think we pretty much opened most of the apps. So let's check the system monitor now. So the memory is almost like a 2.9 GB or maybe 3 GB because there are some apps should be opened. So let's wait for a few seconds. I think we have every app opened, I guess. So the CPU should be going down because all the apps are already open. So let's wait for a few seconds now. So let's maximize to look it properly. So as you can see, the RAM is almost like a 3.1 GB. So I think everything opened, I guess. So let's even open the app center. Let's even open the file manager. Let's even open the Thunderbird also. Let's try to open almost every app and see the system resources. And we can see the lag or anything like that. So right now there is no lag. These are all the applications opened at once. So that's the reason a bit of delay there. So that's pretty common. Don't need to judge on that because we opened all the apps at once. So that's the reason there is a bit of delay in all the apps. So we opened almost like 15 to 20 apps. So that's the reason a bit of delay. So I don't see any lag or anything like that. So everything is working good in my opinion. So already Thunderbird is also opened. So no problem. And we should be seeing our CPU going down in any second maybe. RAM is almost like a 3.7 GB as you can see. There is no difference in CPU, I guess. Usually it should go down when all the apps are opened, and RAM should be like that, but we don't see anything like that in the CPU. It's going slowly, as you can see. It's almost, again, it's back to 90%, so let's keep it aside. And it is taking a bit of time here, as you can see. That was a major delay. So all the applications are already opened. So we can't even complain because it's almost 3.9 GB. And as you can see, the CPU went down to almost below 50%. So RAM should be like same because all the apps are already opened and they are still open. So after we close everything, the RAM should be going down. So right now CPU is down to 60%. So let's check the version of the all the apps. So as you can see, there is no not a bit of delay. Everything is working good. So when the CPU was going down, there was a bit of delay or a bit of lag. So that's quite common in every Linux distro when you open the all the distros, all the applications. Sorry. So everything is going good. The version of a Thunderbird is 115.3.1. So let's close it. So there is a bit of a second or maybe 2 seconds of delay because it's almost 4 GB of RAM. So the usage of the RAM is almost 3.8, 3.7 GB. So you can commonly say that it is taking a bit of time there. So now it is going, everything is going good. So let's check the applications information or about. The text editor is 45.0 because the GNOME desktop environment is 45. Firmware update, let's see that later. Let's check the Shotwell app. The version is 0.32.2. As you can see, RAM is also going down because we're closing all the applications now. About Rhythmbox, the version is 3.4.7. So let's close it. About Cheese 44.1. Let's even close that also. LibreOffice version should be like a 7.6.2.1, I guess. Yep, it is. Because all the Ubuntu flavor has the same version, so we can expect that in this Ubuntu also. Let's even close it. Let's check the about disks. So here is the version. Let's close it. Let's check the version of the disk usage analyzer 45.0. Document scanner 44.0. Gparted 1.5.0. Calendar should be 45. Let's close it. I think we pretty much closed everything, I guess. So here is the software and updates. You can customize everything. You already know how to do that. In the previous version, there is also available. So you can change anything you want here. So it's clearly up to you. So let me close this thing also. It's not closing. So there was a bit of delay in there. So the software on this computer is up to date. So there is nothing update here available here because the point update is also released. So here is the file manager. So it's a 45.rc preference. These are all the preference. You can change up to whatever you want. Show hidden files. Here are other options like a take screenshot by right clicking it. So let's close the file manager also. So I already showed this. So let me close this. So firmware updater. So no device found. So let's close this thing also. Let's quit it. So here is the app center. So they said this is a new app center. So here is it. Here it is. The version is a 1.0.0 alpha. You can explore. Here are some of the apps. You can directly install it. You can see the version here. You can see the screenshots here, and you get the description of the application here. You can directly search it here, like for example VLC, and you should be getting the app here. So here is the version. You can directly install it. So let's go to the manage. Here are some of the updates. Ubuntu desktop installer, which was already popped up in the beginning of the video. So I just skipped it. You can just update it. It's almost a 137 MB of file size. You can go with the show details and you'll get some of the information here, the version here, and the description and the links for the website. So here are some of the updates, which is a Firefox firmware updater, Snap Store, and all the things. You can update it. It's already updated. So I think it's not updated. This is only available. These are all updated. So even if you want, you can check the updates by clicking on here, check for updates. So let's try to check the updates. So we have just Ubuntu desktop installer available. You can update it. So let's close it. So let's check the display settings or the settings. Let's go to settings and find some of the changes there. So there is no change in the settings. So let's try to find anything here. So this is the network. And this is the Bluetooth. If you have a Bluetooth device, you will be getting the Bluetooth appearance. You have like a few wallpapers, like 4 to 5 wallpapers added. So this is the newer one, like 5 to 6 wallpapers added. So you can change it the color. You can choose the default or dark mode. I always choose the light mode or the default mode. So it's clearly up to you to choose whatever you want. Ubuntu desktop, you can customize all the options here, like a dock, all the things you already know in the previous version. So no need to show that. Here are the notifications, search, multitasking, apps, privacy. These are all the things which you already know, so no need to show everything because it's going to take a lengthy video. Sharing, this is the sound. You can customize all the sound options here. Here is the power option. You can customize this thing also. Display already showed. Mouse and touchpad. You can choose your mouse and touchpad options here. You can change if you want. You can choose the keyboard shortcuts. You can customize all the things about the keyboard. Here are the printers. You can add the printers here. Removable disk, color, region and language, accessibilities, users. This is a live boot, so that's the reason it says as a live session user. Default apps, date and time. So these are all the default apps. If you have a multiple browser, you should be seeing a multiple options. As you can see here, Thunderbird, you can change Thunderbird. Here is the image viewer options. So if you have like a multiple apps, you should be getting an options or whatever you want to choose. So this is the about section. I think we pretty much covered everything. So this is the activities, new icon or a new thing here. Instead of text, you get like this option. So I think we pretty much covered everything. If I forgot something, you can just let me know in the comment section. So at the end of the video, the RAM is almost like a 2 GB of RAM and the CPU is going crazy because we opened all the apps instantly and instantly closed everything. So that's the reason there is no stable graph here. So if you wait for a few seconds, you should be seeing the stable graph. As you can see, it's almost under 25% as the in the beginning. So I think we pretty much covered everything. If I forgot anything, you can just let me know in the comment section, or you can just type it in the comment section so other viewers can check that options too. So let's see the logout screen, whether it's changed or not. So let's log out it. So let's wait few seconds and we should be seeing our logout screen or a login screen. So we don't get anything change here, same as the previous version. So I think that's the end of the video. So already posted another video because I'll be posting 2 videos daily. So without missing any day. So there is already a content there. So after watching this video, watch that video too. Again, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So the ISO was released 2 days ago. So this is a stable ISO file and the stable release. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. And I forgot to mention that I'm running it on a virtualization, which is VMware with 60 GB of hard disk, 4 GB of RAM, and I have like a i5 12th gen 1240p CPU. So here is the welcome screen of a Ubuntu. You can choose the live boot or you can directly install in the hard disk directly from here. So first you need to choose your language here. There are a lot of languages available for the installation or for the live boot. So in my opinion, it's always a good option to go with the live boot first. After satisfied, then go with the installation, because if you find any bugs or anything like that, it will be a bit of problem while installing. So that's the reason. Always go with the live boot first and use it for a few hours. And if you're satisfied, go with the installation. So let me first quickly live boot. Let's click on try Ubuntu, and it's going to take a few seconds and it will boot it in a live boot for us. So here is the desktop layout of a Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So let's first open the task manager. So we can see the system resources, how much of resources it consumes. So right now CPU is almost like under 25% and the RAM is almost 1.1 GB of a 4 GB of RAM. So let's check about the task manager. Version is 1.5.5. So let's close it. So this is the at the beginning of the video of RAM and the CPU, and process are 293. So let me keep that aside and change the display resolution. I didn't change the display resolution because the we need to see the resources of the Ubuntu, how much of resources it consumes without changing or touching any application. So let's first change the display resolution. So let's keep that in the right side corner so you can see throughout the video of what will be going in the CPU and RAM. So right now it's almost 1.2 GB, just like 2 minutes of launching the Linux distro or booting the Linux distro. So let's go to their official website by launching the internet browser, which is Firefox web browser. And the version should be 118.0.1 of the Firefox web browser, because in every Ubuntu flavor I seen the version of 118, and I should be expecting the same version in the Ubuntu also. So as you can see, it's almost 118.0.1. This is a point 0.1 update. So let's first type in something like about support. So you'll get some of the information. So as you can see, you can just pause the video and read everything, or you can just change the playback speed in the YouTube settings, which should be default to 1.0, and change it to 0.25, and you should be seeing everything in a slow-mo, or you can just pause the video and read everything. So these are some of the important information. So let's go to their official website. So my keyboard messed up, so let's type in again. So I'm using other search engine because my VPN triggers the Google reCAPTCHA if I search with a Google. So that's the reason I'm choosing the other search engine. You can go with the Google or DuckDuckGo, whatever you are having a search engine by default. So let's type in the search term as the Ubuntu, and you should be seeing the official website, which is ubuntu.org, or you can directly type in the ubuntu.org in the uh, search bar. So this is the official website. As you can see, it's already here in the home screen. So you can directly download from here, and it is supported until July 2024. You should remember this thing because you can go with the other options. I think the official website also recommends the other option like a 22.04 like that, because it should be supported until 2025. So you need to remember this. It's already 2023 for October, so it's just a few months here. So remember that thing. Click on download. So you should be seeing a lot of options here to download. Choose whatever you want, and you can just directly download from here, or you can just go with the. Right now they have like a torrent options here. If you want to download it, you can just directly type in like ubuntu.com. Let me show that. Ubuntu.com. For some reason my keyboard is not properly working. No problem, let's type in like that. And you need to go for the search and type in Ubuntu 23.10 and hit on enter. So you can choose anything first option, and I am going to show you how to remove this. Just remove the all this part. You need to type in this URL if you directly want to go to there. So go to the releases, and you should be seeing all the versions. Click on 23.10 releases, and here it is, Ubuntu 23.10. You can directly type in this URL in the search bar to go to their directly download link. Ubuntu 3.0 of file size. This is the 3 GB of file size, and here is the version Ubuntu 23.10 AMD 64-bit, and you already have the minimal ISO file. So it's a 1.7 GB. I will always recommend this one. It's clearly up to you. If you want to choose the minimal one, you can go with this, or you can directly go to this option. It's clearly up to you. So that's the downloading process. Let's go to the release notes and check the release notes. So here is the release page with some of the information, or you can directly go to the blog and go to the news. Click on news, and here is the news. Ubuntu 23.10 released. So the changes are here, as you can see. Highlights: improved hardware support for Bluetooth, headphones, and touchpad. Color emoji, improved screensaver, known issues. You can just pause the video and read everything, or you can just directly go to their official website and read everything here. So latest updates from XFC 4.18, GNOME 45, and MAT 1.26. with a focus of stability, memory management, and hardware support. So you can directly check all the information like this: updates, improved hardware, emoji. So you can directly go to their official website and read everything. So these are all the changes. There is a lot of information here. So it's always a good option to go all check out all the information and download and install it on your hard disk or a virtual disk, whatever you choose. So let's close this thing and let's open the terminal to get some of the distro information. So about terminal, it is 1.0.4. So let's make it bigger so you can properly see it. Let's type in which is inxi. This is the command which will give some of the information of the distro. It is pain to change the resolution. Let's maximize this thing. Let me change the color so you can properly see the color of the terminal. Let's load the presets, which is black and white. Now you can properly see. So it says kernel 6.0 6.5.0-9. So this is the same kernel which will be available in all the Ubuntu flavors. So you should be seeing the same version in every Ubuntu flavors. And INXI version is 3.3.29. And this is my storage. I already mentioned 60 GB of hard disk for my VMware. So let's type in INXI dash small b, hit enter. So host it says as a Ubuntu, kernel already mentioned, 64-bit, desktop is a XFCE 4.18.1, distro, and it's based on a Ubuntu 23.10. So that's the reason it says as a Ubuntu 23.10, and it's a flavor of Ubuntu. So that's the reason Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. And it says machine as a VMware because I'm running it on a VMware. So this is my CPU information. This is my graphics information. Display X11, server Xorg, version 1.21.1.7, VMW VFX version 2.20.0, and display resolution is 1920 into 1080 with a 60 Hz. OpenGL version is a 4.3, Mesa is a 23.2.1, Ubuntu 3. So let's type in another command which is inxi dash capital G, hit enter. So here is the some of the information. Let's type in cat:/etc:/issue, hit enter. So again it messed up. Let me type it again. Hit enter. It says as a Ubuntu 23.10. So let's try the NeoFetch now. Hit enter. NeoFetch is not pre-installed, so let's copy the command to install. Let me paste it. Hit enter. Click on Y for yes. It's going to take a few seconds to install the NeoFetch, and we should be seeing the NeoFetch in a few seconds. It will take a maximum of 20 to 30 seconds. Reading database. So let's wait for a few more seconds and we should be seeing the NeoFetch. So let's type in NeoFetch now. Hit enter. So here is the NeoFetch. All the information is here. Let's type in another command, inxi -sv8. So this is the command which will grab the complete distro information. So you'll get all the information here. So let me show that. The system information, machine information, memory, PCI slot, CPU, vulnerabilities, graphics, display, screen, monitor, all the information is here. You can just pause the video and read everything. And the audio information, Pipewire 0.3.7.7-79, and the ELSA version is a K6.5.0. And you already have the network information also here. Bluetooth, as you can see. If you have Bluetooth, you should be seeing the Bluetooth information there. Partition, swap, USB, sensors, repos, process, all the information is here. You can just pause the video and read everything. So let's type in Hstop now. Hit enter. Hstop is also not pre-installed, so we need to install the Hstop. The version is a 3.2.2-2. Let's copy it. Let's paste it. Hit enter. It's going to take like a 20 seconds as like the NeoFetch, and it should be installed in a few seconds. Let's type in Hstop. So here is the Hstop complete information. So this is the Hstop. So let's close this thing and let's go to the installation. You can execute by right clicking, launch anyway. And the CPU is almost like it's not stable, but the RAM is almost 1.4 GB, and you don't get the new installer as the Ubuntu. You still get the old Ubuntu installer. So first you need to choose the language. So if you already know how to install it, you don't need to watch the video, you just can skip the video. This is for newcomers or the new users for the who are new for the Linux. So you need to first choose the language, click on continue. You need to choose your keyboard layout. Mine is English United States. You can choose your language here. I'm choosing the English United States default. There are also Russian and Hawaiian in the bottom, so you can choose that if you want. Let's click on continue. You can even detect your keyboard layout by clicking on that. Download updates while installing Ubuntu. It's good option. You can even click this option for third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi hardware, which will help in Wi-Fi and other info graphics, all the things. So if you don't want, you just can uncheck and do that later. It's clearly up to you. Click on continue. It's going to prepare the Ubuntu drivers. It's going to take like a maximum of 30 to 40 seconds. So instead of waiting for this, let's check desktop features like date and calendar, volume. You can just customize the volume control here by clicking on audio mixer, recording, output devices, input devices, configuration. So let's get back to the installation. So by choosing the erase disk and install Ubuntu, it's going to delete the current operating system in your hard disk, and it's going to erase everything. So if you're choosing a virtual disk, no need to worry, it's going to delete the virtual disk. So if you choose this something else, it's going to give you the option of a dual booting or the manual partitioning. Like you should be having like a dual operating system in your hard disk. So if you want to do that, you can go with the something else, or you can directly go with the option erase disk and install Ubuntu. You need to properly choose your hard disk, because if you choose other hard disk, it's going to delete everything. So be careful while that choosing the option. Advanced features, you will be having erase disk and use CFS, encrypt the new Ubuntu installation for security. This is a new option, I guess. So you can customize these things and click on install now, and it will give you the username and password. You need to provide the username, password, all these things in the next option. So it's going to take like a 5 to 10 minutes hardly. Completely depends on your PC, and if you have a stable ISO file, it should be very quick. So if you have like a development ISO file or a beta ISO file, it should be a bit of delay there. So this is a stable ISO file, so it should be quick. So I'm not going to install because I need to make another video, so that's the reason I'm not going to install it. So let's quit it. So till now we didn't see anything like a lag or freeze or anything crashes in the Ubuntu 23.10. So let's try to open like a almost like a 10 to 12 apps and see whether it handles or it just crashes. So let's open like a bunch of apps like a web browser, mail reader, software. Let's even open uh, like a lot of apps still. Let's go to the accessories, and there is a bit of delay because of the LibreOffice. So that was not an issue. I tried to open all the apps once, so that's the reason it was a bit of delay there. So there is nothing wrong with the distro. Let's go with the accessories. Let's open the mouse pad. Let's even open the screenshot. Games, we don't need to open the games. Let's open GIMP under the graphics, image viewer, document scanner, under the internet. I think we already opened the Thunderbird, so no need to open it again. Hex chat, multimedia, parallel media player. Let's even open the rhythm box. Under the office, we already opened the LibreOffice. So let's open dictionary. So as you can see, it is pretty much fast. It's opening instantly. And the RAM is almost like a 2.5 GB of opening all these apps. As you can see in the panel, it's almost like a 10 to 12 apps, I guess. Maybe more than that. You can count it if you want. You can pause the video and count all the apps. So let's open appearance. Let's open the what we have left here is software and updates. Let's even open the Synaptic package manager. So you don't see any crash or anything like that. There is a bit of delay in opening apps because we are constantly opening the apps at once. So that's the reason there is a bit of delay. So not that much of delay, and we shouldn't consider that because we are opening at once. So that's the reason it's taking a bit of time there. So as you can see, that's a good stable ISO file. Settings. I think we opened everything, I guess. Let's open the window manager tweaks. We are good with all the applications. As you can see, there is no crash or anything like that, and there is no freeze or anything like that. And the RAM is almost 70%, which is a 2.6 GB. CPU is almost stable, almost like a under 25%. Processors running like a 319. Let me maximize this thing. So as you can see, these are all the processors running right now. So I think that's pretty much good ISO file. We didn't see any crashes. Almost I used the Linux distro almost like a 30 minutes now. In 30 minutes, I didn't feel any lag or any crash or anything like that. So there was no delay also. Just when opening apps, that's common. So other than that, there is nothing, any lag or anything like that. You can see it's pretty much opening everything instantly. So as you can see here, there is no delay. So let's check the version and end the video. So let's first check the version of a Thunderbird, which should be Supernova 115.3.1, which is same in every Ubuntu flavor because I made all the Ubuntu flavor videos for 23.10. So let's close the Thunderbird, and we already saw the Firefox version, so no need to check that again. Let's check the GIMP version 2.10.34. Let's close this thing also. Let's check the LibreOffice version 7.6.2.1. Again, this is the same version in every Ubuntu flavor. So Let's close that thing also. Rhythm box. Let's check the version 3.4.7. Let's even close this thing. Let's see the Synaptic Package Manager. Version is 0.91.3. So these are all the installed packages. The box with a green highlighted and with a tick mark is the installed packages. You can see the installed version and the latest version here. Let me scroll it down. So if you want to see all the information, you can just pause the video, or you can just change the playback speed to 0.25 in the YouTube settings, and you should be seeing in a slow-mo. So let's see the other options or other apps. Mousepad version is a 0.6.1. Let's close this thing. Parallel Media Player 4.18 because it's XFCE. So software and updates, you can customize these options. It's clearly up to you. You can choose the main server, server for United States, other. You can choose anything you want. So close that thing. So notifications, you can change the all these options. It's clearly customizable. It's clearly up to you to customize these options. So let's close that thing also. Window manager tweaks. These are all the options. Let's close this thing also. Document viewer 1.26 because it's a Mac desktop environment application. Document scanner 44.0. Appearance, there are like 5 themes, I guess. Advaita dark, graybird, graybird dark, high contrast, Numix. I'll choose this one. So there are other icon sets here like 7 to 8, and fonts you can customize. Settings, xchat, dictionary 0.8.5, image viewer 0.13.1, screenshot, file manager, which is Tuner 4.18.7, and the software manager 45.0. These are all the installed applications. And the updates, you don't have any updates because this is a stable ISO file which is released 2 days ago. So that's the reason you don't have any updates. Maybe in a week you should be getting some updates. So what we left here is some wallpapers. Let's check the wallpapers here. So these are all the wallpapers available with this Ubuntu 23.10, and the menu and icons. I think we pretty much covered everything, I guess. Internet, notification, power manager, settings. You can customize all this according to your PC. So I think we covered almost everything. So it's time to end the video, I guess. So I already made other videos of 23.10 of Ubuntu flavors. If you want, you can check that out too. At the end of the video, the RAM is almost a 1.7 GB, and these are all the processors running right now, which is 302, and CPU is around like a below 35%. So I think that's the end of the video. So if you want to check that other videos, you can just check the videos in my channel, which is already available. So let's end the video. So these are setting managers. I think I didn't show you that. So these are all the setting managers which were already available in the previous version. So no need to go through all these things. So let's go log out and check the logout screen and end the video. We need to wait for a few seconds for this. XFCE session, Ubuntu session. languages, accessibility, date and time, and shutdown. So it's a live session user. So if you created an account, you should be seeing with your account if you installed in your hard disk. So again, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu Cinnamon 23.10 Mantic Minotaur, which is a flavors of Ubuntu. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors released today. The stable ISO file, which is 23.10, and the code name for the 23.10 is a Mantic Miniature. So I'm using it in a VMware, which is a virtualization with 60 GB of hard disk, 4 GB of RAM, and it's i5 1240p, my CPU. So here is the welcome screen, which is still the older welcome screen. So here are the available languages. You can choose the live boot, or you can directly install to your hard disk or the VMware, anything like that. So it's always a good option, or my opinion, to always live boot first. Then if you're satisfied without any bugs or anything crashes, anything like that, then go with the installation. So let's first boot it in a live boot. By clicking on try Ubuntu Cinnamon, it's going to boot it in a live boot. So this is the Ubuntu Cinnamon 23.10 desktop. So new wallpaper. So let's first open the system monitor and see how much of resources it is using before opening some of the apps. So these are all the process running right now. So I didn't open any apps or anything like that. So these are all the processes, and the memory is almost 1.7 GB, which is pretty much high. So as you can see in the Lubuntu, I already made a video of Lubuntu 23.10. If you want to check that out, you can check that out after watching this video. So the Lubuntu LXQT version, the LXQT desktop environment was using like 500 or 600 MB in the beginning of the video, or while when I launched the Linux distro. So for the Ubuntu Cinnamon, it's almost like a 1.6 GB in the beginning, or 1.5 GB. We just launched or started this Linux distro. It's almost 2 GB. So if you have a low end PC, I don't think you should go with the Ubuntu Cinnamon, because if you have like a 2 GB of RAM, it's almost a 1.6 GB. So if you open like a one app or two app, it's going to be a bit of lag, and it should be freezing, I guess. So it's always a good option. Even if you have a 2 GB of RAM, it's always a good option. If you want to try it, you can just try it in a live boot first. So as you can see, it's going up again, 1.7 GB. I didn't open anything. So this is the CPU graph, which is almost stable. This is almost like a 20 to 30 seconds. So let's go until 1 minute, and you can see there is no high peak in the graph. It's pretty much stable. So this is a stable ISO file, and you should be seeing the stable graph in the CPU, because we didn't open any of the apps. If you open any of the apps, we should be seeing a high peak in the graph. So it's almost a 1.6 GB. So let's check the version of the system monitor first. 45.0.2. So let me put the system monitor in the right side corner throughout the video. So let's change the display setting first. So this is a Cinnamon desktop environment. So let's check, let's change the version to 1920 into 1080, 16:9 ratio. If you want to scale, you can scale. You can choose the rotation if you want. Let's click on apply, keep new configuration. Here are some of the settings if you want. So let's change this thing, and let me put the system monitor at the corner throughout the video so you can see the difference in the CPU and the memory. So let's open the internet browser, which is a Firefox web browser. So this is a new wallpaper. So even the Ubuntu has also a new wallpaper, but they just added one wallpaper. There is nothing more than the single wallpaper. And the Firefox web browser was 118.1 in the Ubuntu. So as you can see, this is also same. So let's type in about support and hit enter. Here is the information, some of the important information if you want. If you don't want, you just can skip it. So let me scroll it down slowly. If you want to pause the video and you can watch the everything, if you want to read everything, you just pause the video, or you can just change the playback speed to 0.25 in the YouTube settings from 1.0, which should be default, and you can read everything. So these are all the changes. So let's go to their official website. Let's type in search engine. You can just use the Google if you want, or DuckDuckGo, whatever search engine you have. So the CPU is almost, as you can see, the memory is almost 2.2 GB. I typed it wrong. Let's type in startpage.com and hit enter again. So I'm using the VPN, so that's the reason Google will trigger the recaptcha. That's the reason I'm using this search engine. So let's type in the search term, which is Ubuntu Cinnamon. So you need to type it Ubuntu Cinnamon in your search engine. The first link will be the official website, which is ubuntucinnamon.org. You can directly type in the URL as the above. Click on download, and here is the 23.10 Mantic Minotaur, and it is until mid 2024, which is almost like a July, and ships with the Cinnamon 5.8.4. Let's click on downloads. So it will take directly to the Ubuntu Cinnamon 23.10 Mantic Minotaur in the Ubuntu repositories. So here is the ISO file, 3.9 GB, which is almost 4 GB. Let's click on the ISO file. So here it is, 4 GB. So that was the downloading process. Let's go to the blog and check the release notes of the Ubuntu Cinnamon. Here is the release notes. Let's click on the release notes. Let's click on full release notes. So the release note was uploaded on September 19, 2023. So the Cinnamon desktop environment should be 5.8.4. I'm going to show it in a few seconds. So the screensaver 5.18.8.1, Nemo file manager 5.8.4, playmode theme. So this is all the changes. If you want, you can read it by pausing the video, or you just can go to their official website and read everything. So check out the main release notes if you want to see the Ubuntu. I'm going to make the video of Ubuntu 23.10. Right now the ISO files are not available. For some reason it says as an error. I don't know, they are fixing something or like that. Maybe tomorrow video will be of Ubuntu 23.10 and like Ubuntu or Subuntu, anything like that. So there is already Lubuntu and the Cinnamon. So if you want to see the beta version or the daily builds, which is already available in my channel, if you want to check that out, you can check that out, or you can just wait for tomorrow. I'll be posting all these things. Let's close the browser. Let's open the terminal. Let's make it bigger so you can see everything properly. So let's check the version. Terminal version 3.49.92 for GNOME 45. So let's type in the command, which is inxi. So let's first change the color so you can properly see. Colors, GNOME light should be good, I guess. Yep. Let's close this thing. Kernel version is a 6.5.0-9. So the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors will be having the same version as this one. The Ubuntu version was also the same, which is 6.5. So every flavor will be 6.5 of a kernel. So INXI version is a 3.3.29. And I already mentioned I'm using a 12th gen CPU. So here it is. Storage, I said 60 GB for my VMware. So here it is. So let's type in another command, which is inxi dash small b. Hit enter. Host, it says as a Ubuntu Cinnamon. Kernel already mentioned. 64-bit. Desktop is a Cinnamon desktop environment 5.8.4, which was already mentioned in the release note. So we are getting the 5.8.4 version for the desktop environment, and it's based on a Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So here it is. So under machine, it says as a VMware. That's the reason, because I'm using a VMware. It says as a VMware. Here is the CPU. If you want to check all the information, you can just pause the video and read everything. Display is X11 Server Xorg version 1.21.1.7. Here is my display resolution. OpenGL version 4.3. Mesa is a 23.2.1. So this is my hard disk already mentioned. Process running right now are 289, and the total RAM using 4 GB of RAM. Available is a 3.78, and right now it's using 1.7 GB, and it's, as you can see, it's almost 1.8 GB. So let's type in another command, which is inxi-G. Hit enter. So here is the same information as the above. Let's type in another command, cat or cat:/etc/issue. Hit enter. It says as a Ubuntu 23.10. Let's type in another command, which is inxi-sv8. Hit enter. So this is the command which will grab complete distro information. Let's scroll it up. So here it is. About system, complete system information. About machine, here is the complete information of the machine. About the memory, PCI slots. You can just pause the video and read everything if you want. Graphics, vulnerabilities, display, monitor, API, and here is the audio information. Pipewire version 0.3.79, ELSA, and here is the network information. Here is the Bluetooth, drivers, RAID, partition, swap, USB. Here are the sensors, repos, processors, memory top, and almost pretty much everything is here. So let's type in NeoFetch if it's pre-installed. Here is the NeoFetch, complete information. pretty much covered everything. Let's type in desktop finally. You need to install the desktop. Let's try to install the desktop. Sudo apt install desktop. It's going to take a few seconds and you should be seeing the desktop almost 45-50%. It just takes like a 20 seconds maximum. So here it is. Let's type in desktop. So here is a desktop. We pretty much covered almost every information of the distro. So let's close it and let's go to the installation process now. Install Ubuntu Cinnamon. You can choose it in the beginning, choosing like a live boot or installation there, or you can just click on the application launcher or the application right here. There are plenty of things or plenty of options while choosing to install. You can directly install while it's booting, or you can just choose the installer or the application right here. And there is no new installer as the Ubuntu 23.10. The flavors don't get the new installer. You get the same old installer. So this is the language selection. Choose your language selection. So you already know how to install it. Just for the newcomers, I'm going to show you how to install it. Choose the language, click on continue. It's going to take a few seconds. Choose the keyboard layout. I'm choosing the English United States. There are plenty of languages available or options available here. You can choose it. I'm choosing the default one. There are like a Hawaiian, Russian, everything. You can choose anything you want. Click on continue, or you can test it right here. Updates and other software. Install third-party software. It's clearly up to you to choose this option or uncheck this option. Click on continue. It's going to take like a 30 seconds. So instead of waiting for that, let's check out the CPU. Here is the CPU. Here is the memory. And on the panel, you get the same option as the older version. Here is the volume. You can customize if you want. Input, sounds, applications, settings. You can customize it on your own. Choose whatever you want. You can test the sound, all the things. Let me close this thing. Internet connection, language. I think we still need to wait for a few seconds, and here it is. Installation type. If you want to delete the current operating system, you can choose the erase disk. If you want something else like a manual partitioning or a dual boot, go with something else. And we have like a ZFS. I think this is a new option right here. Use LVM with the new Ubuntu Cinnamon installation. Erase disk and use ZFS. Encrypt the new Ubuntu Cinnamon installation for security. You will choose a security key in the next step. Choose anything you want here. So after that, click on install now, and it's going to be installed on your hard disk or VMware, whatever you choose in the installations type. So that's the installation. I'm not going to install it because I want to make another video of the 23.10. So that's the reason I'm not going to install it. So it's almost like a 10 to 15 minutes. We didn't see any crashes or anything in the applications. So let's open the all the applications. We're almost like a let's open like 10 to 12 apps and see whether it crashes or not. So this is a stable ISO file. I don't think there will be any crashes or something like that. So let's try it and test it. Let's open bunch of apps, some random apps like Gnote and gedit. Under the accessories, let's open games. We don't need games. Let's open the GIMP. Under graphics, document viewer, document scanner, and image viewer. Let's even open the LibreOffice Draw. Let's open gthumb. Under the internet, let's open Thunderbird Mail, Remina, Gen, and let's open the hex chat. Under the office, we already opened the LibreOffice, so let's open the calendar, sound and audio, rhythm box, celluloid. Let's open videos. Under administration, let's open gparted, Synaptic Package Manager, Software Manager. Under preference, let's open backgrounds. Let's even open the extensions. Let's open FX. We almost opened like 18 to 19 apps, I guess. Let's open applets. So let's go to the system monitor and see. It's almost like a 3.4 GB. Cache is 1.4 GB. CPU is going pretty much normal. I think the Cinnamon desktop environment or the Ubuntu Cinnamon is handling pretty much good, as you can see. So everything is opened already. So there was no lag or no delay or anything like that. We don't see any crashes or anything like that. So you can still open some of the apps. We have some memory like 600 MB. Let's open disklets. I think that's good. So as you can see, there is no crashes or anything like that. So this is a stable ISO file, and I didn't we don't even expect anything like crashing or anything like that. So let's see all the information or the above about the applications. Synaptic Package Manager version is 0.91.3. So the green boxes are the installed version, and here is the installed and the latest versions. So let's scroll it down. You can change the playback speed, and you can see all the installed packages in the slow-mo. So let's close this thing. So here is the disklets. Let's see that all the things end at the end. So we don't have any updates. 45.0. So these are all the installed applications in the Ubuntu Cinnamon. Let's even close this thing. Gparted, let's check the version 1.5.0. Let's close it. So as you can see, memory is going down because we are closing all the apps right now. About rhythm box 3.4.7. Channels, about videos, all the things. Let's check the LibreOffice version. I think the version should be 7.6, I guess. Yep, it is 7.6.2.1. Let's close the LibreOffice also. About the calendar, which should be 45.0. Let's close this thing also. About gthumb 3.12.2. GIMP 2.10.34. RAM is almost 3 GB. Document viewer, let's close this thing also. About gedit 44.2. Let's check the Thunderbird version. I think this is a Supernova. Let's check the version. You get a Supernova of version 115.3.1. Let's check the Gnote version 44.1. Let's close this thing. And the file manager Nemo 5.814. which was already mentioned in the release notes. Document scanner 44.0. About disk, here is the version. Celluloid 0.25. Remina 1.4.31. So there are still apps in the background. So let's check the version. About image viewer 45.0. I think this Ubuntu Cinnamon is pretty good because we almost opened like a 20 to 22 apps. Like it handled it pretty much good. In the beginning of the video, I saw it's almost like a 1.7 GB. I didn't think it will handle this many of apps, but everything was good. We didn't see any crashes or anything like that. So it was pretty much fast in the opening apps also. Hex chat. So here are the backgrounds. It's going to take a lot of time to load everything. So let's close this thing. So there are plenty of wallpapers. You can decide or you can change the wallpapers if you want. Settings, home world. There are a lot of wallpapers you can customize. Let's close this thing. FX, you can customize if you want. These are all the customization. It's clearly up to you to customize it or not. So pigeon, you need to add account, all the things. You already know how to do that. So let me close this thing. Let's check the version. Here is the version of the pigeon. I think we have covered everything, I guess. We just have some customization applications. So here are all the customizations you can download. You can manage of the applets. Let's close this thing. Desklets, you can download. General settings, same as the older version. Let's force quit it. That was not a bug. I pretty much tried to open some of the things pretty much fast. That's the reason it was like a error thing. So this Ubuntu Cinnamon 23.10, I think this was a good flavor because we didn't see any crashes or anything like that, or any lag or any freeze in the distro. I can recommend this Linux distro. If you have a mid-end PC, it's a good option to use this Linux distro. If you have a low-end PC, I don't recommend this. There's already a Ubuntu version, 23.10, so you can use that version. So I think that's the end of the video, I guess. We pretty much covered everything, so there is nothing left here. So the end of the video, the RAM is almost like a 2.1 GB. In the beginning of the video, it was almost like a 1.5 or 1.6 GB. Right now, it's almost a 2.1 GB of using everything. So the CPU is almost going to be stable in few seconds because we closed everything. So that's the end of the video. If you want to see the Ubuntu 23.10 and other flavors, there are already videos in my channel. If you want to check that out, you can check that out after watching this video. Again, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu Budgie 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So I'm running it as a virtualization, which is a VMware with a 60 GB of hard disk, 4 GB of RAM, and my CPU is i5 1240p. So here is the welcome screen. Here is the languages of selection. There are plenty of languages to select. And here is the two options. Either you can try the live boot or you can directly install right from here. So there is also a installer or the application for the installer in the live boot. So it's always a good option for the safety. It's always a good option, go with the live boot first, because if you find any bugs or any crashes or anything in the distro, you can just reboot the system and remove the ISO file. So that's a good option to go with the live boot. So if you directly install it, even it's a stable release, sometimes we should be having some bugs. So that's the reason it's always a good option, go with the live boot first. And after you satisfied, and if you after you worked for like 2 to 3 hours, you don't get any crashes or any bugs like that, you can go with the installer. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot first. It's going to take a few seconds, and you should be seeing our desktop layout completely loaded. So here is our Ubuntu 23.10 desktop. So let's close this welcome app. And before changing this display setting, let me open the system monitor so we can see how much of resources it consumes in the beginning of the video. So we just launched the Linux distro right now, and this is all the CPU, and this is all the process running right now. So these are all the process running right now in the beginning or at the base stage. The RAM is almost like a 1.2 GB of 4 GB, which is 32% or 33%. So CPU is around, I think, below 20%. So let's run it until 60 seconds or a minute to see the graph of the CPU. So it's already a stable graph in the CPU, and RAM is still the it's up at 100% now. 100 MB is more. Uh, it's almost like a 1.3 GB now. And here is some high peak in the graph. For some reason, maybe some process running started, I guess. So this is about system monitor, which is a 1.26.0. So let's keep the system monitor at the corners throughout the video so you can see the changes in the RAM and CPU throughout the video. So let's first change the display settings. Let's go to the settings and change the display. So is lot of Linux distros, so that's the reason it's problem to find the settings. So not here. So in the control center maybe. Let's go to displays. Let's change the display resolution, which is 1920 into 1080, which is 16:9 ratio. Let's apply. Keep this configuration. So I already posted all the Ubuntu flavors in my previous videos. So if you want to check that out, you can check that out in my channel. So let's go to the about section. Let's scroll it down like this. So this is the information, the Ubuntu Budgie, the distro name, and memory is 4 GB, which is 3.8 GB usable, 60 GB of hard disk, but it says as a 64 GB. And Budgie version is 10.18, and OS name is Ubuntu 23.10 because it's a flavor of Ubuntu, Mantic Minotaur. So it's a 64-bit, and Windows system is X11, and I'm running it as a virtualization already mentioned, and it's a VMware app or a VMware software. The kernel is a 6.5.0-9 generic. So this is the same kernel which is available in Ubuntu and other Ubuntu flavors. So you will see the default kernel as 6.5. So here is some software updates. If you want to update, you can update if updates are available. So let's close it. Let me open the Firefox web browser. So keep an eye on the CPU and RAM throughout the video so you can get the information, or you can have an idea whether to use this Linux distro or not. So I'm not going to say anything about this Linux distro. It's clearly up to you to choose this Linux distro or not. So about Firefox, it says as a 118.0.1. So this is the version available in all Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So let me type in about support for some of the information. So here is some of the information. If you want to read everything, you can just pause the video, or you can change the playback speed to 0.25 to read all the information. So this is some of the important information for some of the viewers. So if you don't want, you can just skip the part of the video. So here is all the information. Let me scroll it upside now. So all the information is here. You can just pause the video and read. So the RAM is almost like a 1.8 GB now, as you can see in the right side corner. So let's go to their official website. So I'm choosing the different search engine because my VPN will trigger the Google reCAPTCHA. So that's the reason I'm choosing this search engine. So if you have like a Google search engine or a DuckDuckGo, you can choose anything. Just type in the Ubuntu Budgie as a search term and hit enter. It will take directly to their official website, which is ubuntubudgie.org, or you can directly type in the search bar like ubuntubudgie.org. It will directly take you to their homepage like this. So here is some of the information. If you want to read everything, you can just read it like this. Let's go to the downloads. So here is the version Ubuntu Budgie 23.10. So these are all the system requirements. Some of the viewers need to know the system requirements. So it says 4 GB or more RAM, you need it. 64-bit capable Intel and AMD processor. So as you can see, 23.10 is a standard release and is supported from October 2023 to July 2024. It's almost like 9 months maybe. So if you want the LTS version, you can go with the 22.04. It's supported until April 2025. I think most of the viewers already have this version, so it's clearly up to you to choose whatever version you want. So here is the release notes. By clicking on readme, you will directly taken to the uh, release notes. So this is a standard release support for 9 months, as I already mentioned, packed full of all sort of new capabilities. And if you want to well tested and longer term supported, then 22.04 LTS version is supported for 3 years. So you can choose whatever version you want. So the new release has many new core updates as well. Version 10.8 Budgie. I already showed this version of a Budgie. So the kernel version is a 6.5. Already mentioned that too. And a GNOME 45 stack with Budgie new MacPy window manager. Version 1.7 of our very own Budgie extras. So here is all the information. I'm not going to read everything because it's going to take a lot of time here. So that's the reason you can just pause the video, read everything, or you can just go to their official website and read there. So this is all the information of the release notes of a 23.10 Ubuntu Budgie Mantic Minotaur. So you can download directly from the legacy here or a torrent download here. This will download from the browser. This will take you to the download the torrent file. You can download with the torrent manager or a torrent browser, or you can call it as a torrent software. Let me download the HTTPS. So the file ISO file is around like a 3.7 GB. So as you can see, so let me close it. We don't need anything now. So let's close the browser. Let's open the terminal to get some of the information. So let's check the version of the terminal, which is Telix 1.9.5. So let's type in the command inxi. So CPU is 12 gen, already mentioned. Kernel is a 6.5, which is already mentioned too. So this is a RAM. This is my storage, which I already mentioned in the beginning of the video. Process running right now are 288. INXI version is 3.3.29. So let's type in another command, which is inxi dash small b. Hit enter. It says system, and under system it says as a host, which is Ubuntu Budgie. Here is the kernel version. It's 64-bit. Desktop is Budgie with a version 10.8, which I already mentioned. And under distro it says as a Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur, because it's based on, it's a flavor of Ubuntu 23.10. So that's the reason it says as a Ubuntu 23.10. Under machine it says as a VMware, because I'm running it on a VMware software. So this is my CPU information. So this is the graphics information, which is a VM WGFX version is a 2.20.0.0. Display is a X11, server Xorg version 1.21.1.7. So this for the resolution it says as a 1920 into 1080 with a 60 hertz, which I already showed that. OpenGL version is a 4.3, Mesa is a 23.2.1. So this is my storage. So this is process, RAM, everything is here. So let's type in another command, which is inxi dash capital G. Hit enter. So here is some of the information, same as the above, but no problem. Let's type in another command, cat /etc /issue. It says as a Ubuntu 23.10. So let's type in neofetch if it's pre-installed. Neofetch is not pre-installed, so let's try to install it by copying this command. Need to paste it here. Click on enter. You already know how to install neofetch. Press Y. It's going to take like a maximum of 20 seconds maybe. And the memory is right now is almost 1.5 GB, as you can see here. And neofetch is ready, so let's try to run it. I forgot to type in the H, so let's try it again. So here is the neofetch information. If you want to read it, you can just pause the video. So let's type in another command, which is inxi-sv8. Hit enter. So this command will completely grab the distro information. So let's go upside and read everything. So as you can see, it's system information. Here is some system information. Here is the machine information. Here is the memory information. Here is the CPU. Here are all the vulnerabilities. Graphics information. Monitor information. Graphics, display, monitor, all the information is here. You can just pause the video and read it. Here is the audio information. Complete audio information is here, which is a Pipewire version 0.3.79, and ELSA version is a K6.5.0-9 generic. So here is the all the audio information. So here is the network information. Here is the Bluetooth information. If you have a Bluetooth, you should be seeing the Bluetooth information here. So you have like a drives, partition, USB, all the information is here as you can see. Here is the sensors, repos, and some of the process information. All the information is here completely in front of you. You can just pause the video and read everything, or you can just slow it down the video. And shell bash version is a 5.2.15 as you can see in the bottom. Wake ups are 240. System D version is a 253. Process running are 305. Uptime is 16 minutes. It's almost 16 minutes while making this video. So let's type in another command which is a hstop. I think we need to install hstop. Nope, it's pre-installed. So it's for some of the viewers who want to see the hstop. Here is the information of the hstop. So let me close this thing. We don't need a terminal anymore. So let's go to the installation by opening the installer. So here is the application for the installer, which I already mentioned in the beginning of the video. You even have in the live boot. So here is the installer. If you want to install, you can directly install. So people who already know how to install, you can just skip this part because you don't need it. So you already are a pro how to install it. So this is for some of the newcomers or beginners for the Linux. So first you need to choose the language, click on continue. There are plenty of languages available in the installer. So keyboard layout, you can choose any keyboard layout you want. So I'm choosing the English United States on the both the side. So it's a variant of English United States. You have like a Russian Hawaiian in the bottom side. You can choose anything you want here. You can even type it here by testing your keyboard or detect keyboard layout. Click on continue. So updates and other software, it's always a good option to check these options. So if you don't want, you can do that later. It's clearly up to you. Click on continue. It's going to take like a 30 to 40 seconds because it's going to prepare the Ubuntu drivers. So it's instead of waiting for this, let's check out some of the desktop features like a note. You can instantly type something here. It's a quick access here. So here is the file manager, here is the notification, here is the internet connection, here is the volume rockers or volume options, power button, and here is some of the sidebar or notification bar you can call it. So let's get back to the installer now. So this option will erase the disk and install Ubuntu Budgie, which is like delete the current operating system in the hard disk, and it's going to install the Ubuntu Budgie 23.10 on your hard disk. So be careful while choosing this option. If you have a virtual disk, no need to worry, it's going to delete the virtual disk. So this option is like a dual boot operating system, like a dual boot options. It will give you something else like you need to create a partition for that. So it's these are the both the options. If you want, you can try anything options you want. So the new feature is like a erase disk and use ZFS. So this is a new option right here. So it's clearly up to you how to choose this and how to install it. It's clearly up to you. So it's always a good option to first boot in the live boot. So if you find any bugs or anything, you can just skip that part. So that's the reason I already mentioned. You need to go with the live boot first. So if you directly install it on your hard disk without checking the live boot, you may having like some bugs. So it's going to ruin your PC. So that's the reason I always mention or make you note like try to go with the live boot first. So that's the reason I say always. So that was the installation because I don't want to install it right now because I want to make another video. So that's the reason I'm going to close the installer right here. So let's quit it. So I think we covered almost everything. So let's check out some desktop wallpapers. So this is the new wallpaper, which is Mantic Minotaur. Let's find some other wallpapers if they added anything here. So these are all the wallpapers which are already in the previous version. So let's try to find any new wallpapers here. I think we have like a only a single wallpaper of a Mantic Minotaur. We don't get any new wallpapers other than that. So these are all the, let's check out some settings. So these are all older in the older version, so there's nothing new here. So background, notification, these were all in the older version, so I don't think there is nothing new here. So let's go through all these things in a fast, so we can make the video shorter. Online accounts, sharing, sound, you can customize the sound settings here. Here is the power, you can change all the things. Display, night light, mouse and touchpad, keyboard, printers, you can add the printers here. Removable media, color, region and language, you can change your region and language. Universal access, some of the options to change all the things here, like a cursor size, zoom, screen reader, sound case, all these things you already know that too. Users, you can create a new user here. I'm running it as a live boot, so that's the reason it says as a live session user. If you install it, you should be seeing your name here. Default applications, you can change the default applications here by clicking on drop down menu. I have only one browser, which is a Firefox, so that's the reason I don't get any options here. So if you install some other browser, you should be seeing multiple browsers here, or multiple apps in the photos, video, music, whatever it is. Date and time, you can change the date and time. And this is the about. So we covered everything, I guess. So let's open like 10 to 12 apps and see whether it crashes or not. So we didn't see any crash or any lag in any Ubuntu or Ubuntu flavor. So let's try to see it in a Ubuntu Budgie. Do we get any crashes or any bugs like that? So let's open like a bunch of apps, random apps, like a document viewer. Let's open control center. Let's open the desktop settings. Let's open Budgie Extra, screenshot. Let's go to second page, Budgie welcome. Let's open disks, disk usage analyzer. System tools, let's try to open software. Login window. Under sound and video, let's open payroll media player. Let's open lollipop. Under other, let's open office, like a LibreOffice calculator. Under the internet, let's open Thunderbird mail. I think that's good, I guess. We pretty much opened like 10 apps, I guess. Let's even open the Firefox web browser to make it harder. For the system monitor, let's see the system monitor. So right now the CPU is almost touching 100%, nearly 95 100%. So that's the reason, because we have like still the applications are opening in the background, so we see a high peak in the graph. So after all the applications are opened, the CPU will be going down around like a 50% or 60%. Right now RAM is almost like a 3.2 GB of a 4 GB, as you can see. So you will see the CPU going down in a few seconds, and it's already down, as you can see. So while opening the apps, I opened all the applications instantly or at once, so that's the reason it's going up. So these are all the processes running right now. So these are all the resources now. It's almost 3.3 GB, which is almost 87% of 3.8 GB. But we don't see anything like a crash or anything. It's almost like a 25 minutes of the video. So I didn't see any lag or anything like that. So it's pretty stable. So it's clearly up to you. If you have like a low end PC, so it's almost like a 3.3 GB, and in the beginning it was like a 1.5 GB maybe. So it's clearly up to you to choose it for a low end PC or not. It's always a good option, go with the a lightweight desktop environment if you have like a low end PC. So if you still want to go with this Linux distro, you can test it on your own. If it handles pretty much good, you can go with the installation. So it's clearly up to you. It's always a good option, go with the live boot first, whether it's even it's a stable ISO file, go with the live boot first, and after it's satisfied, go with the installation. Sometimes the installation, when you install it, you should be having some issues, so be careful while doing that. So try to watch another channels who have installed it on the hard disk. So I don't recommend only to watch my video. I'll recommend other channels too, because it's your PC, so it's your responsibility to take that action. So be careful while installing. See like a 10 to maybe like a 3 or 4 channels of the video of installation. So it will be a good idea, because you don't want to ruin your PC just watching my video. So that's the reason I'm mentioning or warning you. So it's always a good option to check some videos and go with the installation. So let's check the versions of the all the applications and end the video. So you are getting the Thunderbird 115.3.1 in every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So you are also getting the same version in here. So let's close this application. So let's check the Lollipop version 1.4.37. It's a bit of delay in the applications, like maybe a second or 2 seconds. So I need to mention that. So that's the reason. Maybe just because of we opened like a more than normal apps. So the version of Apparel Media Player is 4.18.0. So as you can see, there is a bit of delay, not a major delay, just a bit of seconds, maybe 1 or 2 seconds. So disk version is here. So let's close this thing also. Budgie welcome, you can choose the introduction, features, getting started. All these already were available in the previous version, so no need to check these things. Let's close it. So here is the Budgie desktop settings. You can choose anything you want. You can directly install it here. You already know all these things in the previous version, so no need to go through all these things, because it's going to make a video or lengthy more. So this is already shown, so no need to show that. So let's check the version of the disk usage analyzer 45.0, because it says as 45 in the release notes, so that's the reason you have the 45. So these are some of the customization. You can customize all the GTK theme, background color, all these things you already know how to do that. So these are all customizable. It's clearly up to you to choose it, change it or not. You can keep it default if you want. So document viewer, let's check the version, which is 1.26.0. Let's close this thing also. So here is the Budgie desktop settings. Here are completely customizable. You can customize anything you want here. It's going to take a few seconds because it's going to change all the things. So these are already in the older version, so I don't think I need to go through all these things, but I'm going to go all in a fast mode, so you can see all these things. So let's close this thing also. So I think we left with LibreOffice. Let's check the version of LibreOffice. So this is the same version which is already available in Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So you're getting the same version here. So let's close this thing also. Here is the screenshot, shortcuts. Let's close this thing also. The browser already showed the 118 version, so no need to show that again. So you can install all the applications, whatever you want, you can directly install it from here. So these are all the installed applications by default, and you don't have any updates because the ISO file was released just 2 days ago. So that's the reason you don't get any updates still. Maybe in a week you should be getting all the updates. So software version 45.0. So I think we pretty much covered everything. If I forgot anything, just let me know in the comment section. So at the end of the video, it's 1.9 GB in the memory, and CPU is almost below 25%. So these are all the process running right now at the end of the video. So here is the system information. So I think I covered everything. So let me close this thing and end the video. So let's go log out this thing and see the logout screen now. So I already posted another video. So if you want to check that out, you can check that out after watching this video, which is MX Linux 23.1. So this is the logout screen. Nothing changes here. Same again as the older version. So I think this is the end of the video. So peace out. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu Unity 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So I'm running it on a virtualization, which is a VMware with 60 GB of RAM, 60 GB of hard disk and 4 GB of RAM, and with i5 1240p CPU, which is 12th generation. Screen of Ubuntu Unity. So here is all the keyboard shortcuts. If you want to remember, you can just pause the video or take the screenshot. Let's close the keyboard shortcut now. So it is taking a bit of time here. So let's wait for a few more seconds, I guess. So let's open the system monitor first, and let's change the display settings later. See more results. So let's go to the system monitor now. It should be around here. I think I missed. You can directly type it here if you want. I can't find it, so let's type in. So I think we don't have a system monitor here. Let's go with the stacer. So let's first check the system resources, how much of system resources it's consuming in the beginning of the video. So I didn't open any applications. So let's check it out. How much of resource it's taking. So it is taking a lot of time to even load up or boot up the in the beginning of the video. So it took almost like 3 to 4 minutes to boot up to the desktop. So I'm going to trim that part so it's don't you don't get bored in that. So it's, as you can see, it's almost around, it's not stable, so I can't say anything in the CPU. But the memory is almost like a 970 MB, which is almost like a 1 GB. And here is the disk. So hostname, it says as Ubuntu Unity, and platform Linux. Distribution is Ubuntu 23.10, and the kernel it says as a 6.5.0-9, which is available in every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So this is the default kernel you get in all Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So in the beginning of the video, it's 970 MB in the RAM, and CPU is below 30%. Can't exactly say, but I can say that exactly 30% under. So I'm going to put in the right side corner throughout the video. Personally, I don't really like this Ubuntu Unity and the other Ubuntu flavor, which is Ubuntu Kylin. So these are the most not useful, or I know I will not use this Linux distro, or I don't recommend this Linux distro. That's my personal view, or that's my opinion. So if you like this distros, I don't have any problem. It's clearly up to you. So let's first change the display settings. So this is pretty weird. Every time we need to find all the things, category, all the applications. So let's go to the applications. Let's remove this thing. Let's go to settings. You can type it right there in the search bar. So here is the system settings. And let's go to the display settings. Let me change it to 1920 into 1080 with a 16:9 ratio. Let's apply it. Keep this configuration. Let's close it and put this tracer at the right side corner. So you can see the all the process throughout the video, or system resources throughout the video. So these are the startups. We don't have anything. System cleaner, search, services, all the process. I didn't show you that, so let me show that all the things. So these are all the processes running right now in the beginning of the video, and there is a bit of not a bit of the delay, there is a big lag, as you can see. So there is a bit of lag or maybe heavy lag sometimes. So it took like a 4 minutes while to boot the desktop layout. 4 minutes or maybe more than that. I didn't record the time, but it took a lot of time there. I'm going to trim that part, so you don't need to worry about that. So let's go to their official website by launching the Firefox web browser, which is the version should be like 118.0.1. So that's the version which was available in every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. And this is the new wallpaper of the Mantic Minotaur, which is in Ubuntu Unity. The wallpaper looks pretty good. The colors, all the things looks pretty good to me. But it's clearly up to you whether it looks good or bad. Let me know in the comment section if you want. So let's open the Firefox browser. Everything is taking a lot of time in the Ubuntu Unity. I don't know for some reason. Usually it should take like a maximum like a 10 to 15 seconds in my PC, but it is taking a lot of time. So as you can see, it's showing as it is open, but there is nothing opened here. I don't know where it is opened. Let's try to open it again. I don't think today we should be seeing a Firefox web browser, I guess. So the Firefox web browser is not trying to open. So let me leave it that there. So let's check out other things. I already said this is the worst Linux distro in my opinion. It should be good for you, but it's a bad Linux distro for me. Ubuntu Unity and Ubuntu Kylin are my least favorite, or maybe I don't even like that, to be honest. So I don't know, nothing works properly in this thing always. In my older version, you can see I already posted in my previous videos, like a past version which is 22 something like that. So that version was also not working. So I'm trying to open the Firefox web browser again. Let's see. It shows it is highlighted, but I don't see the web browser opened, and there is a bit of delay again. I don't know why Ubuntu Unity always looks like a incomplete Linux distro for me for some reason. Do let me know in the comment section. Do you feel like that, or it's just only me? And even the Ubuntu kernel will be always like this also. So it's always crashing, and something will be going on with the distro. Always the pop-ups will be on the Linux, like a crash as reported, unexpected crash. All these things will be popping up every time. So Firefox is not trying to open here. So let's even open the Thunderbird. At least it opens or not. Let's see. So this is a live boot, and it's almost a CPU is almost 100% for some reason. I don't know why. And the memory is more almost a 1.1 GB. And again, the Mozilla Thunderbird also vanished for some reason. I don't know where it's going. So these are all the desktop features, as you can see. To be honest, I don't want to even make this video, but I don't have any choice, so I'm making this video. Even I don't like this distros. Somehow Mozilla Thunderbird opened, but we don't see the Firefox browser opening. And there is a major lag or major delay in the Linux distro or the applications taking a lot of time to open. And as you can see, CPU is almost 100% for some reason. I don't know why. There is nothing opened, and there is a heavy lag again. Thunderbird version is a 115.3.1. So let's close it. Let's try to do whatever it's possible in this video. So let's try to install it. I'm not going to install it on my hard disk because I don't want to install this Linux distro on my hard disk because I need to make another video. So that's the reason. And again, installer should be taking a lot of time. It vanished again. So let's wait for a few more seconds and try to see whether it opens or not. CPU is almost completely frozen to 100% and it's not going down to 90% like that. It's sticking with the 95 and 100%, and we don't have installer opened again. So it's downloading something in the background. CPU went down to 80, again 90, 100%. So we see a loading screen stuck here as you can see on the mouse pointer. I think I should end this video because there is nothing working in this Linux distro. It's a waste of time for you too. So these are all the available applications. I don't think I will open this distro or applications in this distro. And there is a bit of lag, heavy lag again. To be honest, who want to try this Linux distro, always try with the live boot first, then go with the installer. Don't try to directly install this Linux distro because you may be facing some of the issue as I do because I already tested all the older version also. I always had these issues with this Linux distro. If you had any issues, do let me know in the comment section. If you don't have any issues, do let me know that too. So it will help others. I made a Ubuntu 23.10.1 update. There was no issues, but this one is a lot of problem. Let's try to change the desktop backgrounds or at least see the desktop backgrounds, whether it works or not. The Firefox didn't open, the installer didn't open. The installer now opened, it opened now. It's almost like maybe 6 minutes, I guess. After clicking on install, it took like almost 6 to 7 minutes to open this thing without anything, any no language options, nothing. So this is the appearance. You can change the desktop wallpapers, themes, all the things here. So I'm just going to close this thing because it's a bit of lag or heavy lag in this. So it is pretty much taking ages to open everything. So it's clearly up to you to choose this Linux distro or not. I'm not going to recommend this Linux distro because I can't take this a lot of headache. It is taking a lot of time to open everything. So it is 2023. We don't need anything like this which takes ages of time. We don't have patience for this. So I'm just going to try to install. I'm just going to show you the installation process. Choose your language. Again, it takes ages. Wait for the ages, and I'll meet you in next life, I guess. No, it opened somehow. So keyboard layout, click on continue. Need to wait for ages again. somehow opened fastly. So if you want to check this, I'm not going to do anything. Let me quit it and end the video because it's totally miserable to make even this video. So let's quit it. I'm sorry, I don't want to even make this video because it is taking a lot of time, ages, and I don't want to waste your time on this Linux distros. So the as you can see, I'm not lying. The CPU is almost touching every time it's 100%, and I'm using a 12 Gen i5 CPU with 8 GB of RAM, and I'm using a 4 GB of RAM for my VMware, as you can see. But everything is taking ages, and as you can see, it is a lot of lag. All the troubles. I don't want to face it because I'm already tired making 3 videos. So if you want to test it, you can test it. If you don't face any problems, do let me know in the comment section. It will be a miracle for me. So I'm going to end this video. I don't want to take any torture because my health is important more than this video. Sorry for that. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. So I already made a Ubuntu 23.10 video. If you want to check that out, you can check that out in my channel. So let me end this miserable video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu Mat 23.10 Mantic Minotaur desktop. So this is a stable ISO file. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So I'm running it as a virtualization, which is a VMware with 60 GB of hard disk with i5 1240p CPU and 4 GB of RAM. So here is the Ubuntu welcome screen. You will get like two options as also which were available in the previous version also. The first one is try Ubuntu Mat. This is live boot and install Ubuntu Mat. So this is the direct installation to a hard disk or a virtual disk. You can choose this option by directly installing it. In my opinion or in my option, if you ask me, I will going to be choosing the try Ubuntu Mat because this is a live boot. It's always a good option to boot it in a live boot first because even the it's a stable ISO file. It's always a good option to choose the live boot first because if you find any bugs or any crashes or all these things, you will be it will be a good help to just log out and remove that. So if you choose the install Ubuntu or if you install directly on your hard disk, if you find any errors or bugs or anything like that, it will be a problem for the PC. So you will be having an issues while using that. So it's always a good option while going with the live boot. So first you need to choose here the language. There are plenty of languages available. After that, click on live boot or the try Ubuntu Mat. It's going to take a few seconds and you should be seeing a desktop layout in a few seconds. So here is Ubuntu Mat desktop loaded completely. So let's first open the system monitor before changing the display settings. So I didn't open any of the applications or run any applications. So in the beginning of the or the in launching of the Linux distro, this is the complete system resources consuming. The RAM is almost a 1.2 GB of a 4 GB and the CPU is almost high. And here we have our welcome screen. So let's close the welcome screen. So right now the CPU is let's run it until the 60 seconds and we see the graph whether we have a stable graph or high peak or a low peak in the graph. And the RAM is almost like a 1.2 GB. So system is Ubuntu Mat 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. Kernel is 6.5.0-9. So this is the kernel which is available in the all the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So you should be seeing the same kernel version in all the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So the desktop environment mat, the version is 1.26.2. So let's get back to the processors. So these are all the processors running right now in the while we launched the Linux distro, or in the beginning of the video. These are all the processors running. So let's go to the resources, and here is the CPU and here is the RAM. So you have like a 40 seconds of a stable graph, but you have like a high peak here for just like a 10 to 15 seconds maybe. So let's keep that aside throughout the video so you can see all the changes in the system resources. So let's first change the display settings. Let's go to the menu, preference, display, and change the display resolution to 1920 into 1080, which is my monitor. Click on apply, keep this configuration. So you can also scale it to 200% if you want. So let's close it. Let me put the system monitor in the right side corner so you can you can see all the changes. So the version for the system monitor is 1.26.0 because it's a mat desktop environment. So the version is 1.26. So as you can see, there is a stable graph in the CPU. So let's open the Firefox web browser to go to their official website and see the release notes and the download process. So here is the Firefox web browser. The version is 118.0.1, which was same in all the Ubuntu flavors and Ubuntu. So let's see. Here is also the same version, 118.0.1, 64-bit. Canonical version is here for Ubuntu. So let's close this. Let's type in like about support and hit enter. So this is some of the important information. If you want to see in this information, just pause the video, or you can just slow down the video in the playback, YouTube's playback speed, so you can see all these things, or you can just pause the video and read everything. So these are some of the important information if you want, or you can just skip this part. So let me scroll it upside. So that was all the information. So let's go to their official website. So I'm choosing the startpage.com of search engine because my VPN will trigger the Google reCAPTCHA. So you can type in directly the Ubuntu Mat as the search term in your search engine, and click on enter. It's going to take you to their official website, which is Ubuntu Mat org. So this is the official website. Let me open the website. So you can directly type in this URL in the search bar, and you should be taken directly to their official website. So this is the official website. Let's go to the blog. So here is the release notes of Ubuntu Mat 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So these are all the changes. Mat desktop. So if you want, you can just read it right here, or you can just go to their official website, and all the information is here. Major applications. These are all the changes. We already saw the Firefox, Linux kernel, and the Mat desktop environment. We need to see celluloid, evolution, and LibreOffice version. So these are all the changes. You can read it directly here by pausing the video, or you can go to their official website. So let's check the downloading. So you need to go to the download process by clicking on download. So it's available for PC, Macs, Raspberry Pi, and Entrover. So we need have like we need to go with the 64-bit PC. Here are the system requirements. So recommended is a Core i3, AMD, 4 GB of RAM, 16 GB of storage. So here is all the information. If you want, you can read it right here. Let's go to the 64BC or Max. So here are all the versions, and the 23.10 will be only supported until July 2024. So remember that thing. So it's if I recommend, I'm going to choose this one because it's supported until April 2025. So if you just want to test it, you can just go with the 23.10. If you want like a stable and a long-term run, so you need to go with this version because it's supported until April 2025. Maybe we have like a year and a half. So you just get like a 4 to 5 months maybe from now. It's almost October. It's almost like a November now. So it's half of the October. So you should be getting like maybe 6 7 months. That's it. So in my opinion, it's always a good option to go with the 22.04.3 LTS because it's almost a year and a half now. We have like a year and a half. So it's clearly up to you. So let's go to the download process. Click on 23.10. You have like a BitTorrent, magnet link, or a direct download. If you want to download with the torrents, you can go with this both the options. You can receive a file or you can directly paste the magnet link by copying here, or you can directly download through the browser or any download managers. The file size is around like a 3.3 GB, and the file name should be this one. And if you want to check the ISO file, you can just choose, you can check that. Let's click on direct download. So we need to wait for a few seconds and the download will start in any second. If it's not working, just click on this image or this link and the download will start automatically. The file size is around 3.3 GB, which is already mentioned. So that was the downloading process and the release note, all these things. So let's close the browser. So let's open the terminal to get some of the information. Mat terminal. Let's check the version of Mat terminal. Here is the version. Let's make it bigger so you can properly see it. Keep an eye on the CPU and RAM so you can see the changes throughout the video. So let's type in INXI, hit enter. Here is some of the information, kernel information, which is 6.5.0. Here is my CPU, INXI version. Memory is almost 1.35 or 1.3 GB, as you can see here also. Process running right now are 272, and my hard disk, which is 60 GB, which I already mentioned in the beginning of the video. So let's type in INXI dash small b, hit enter. Like a host is a Ubuntu mat in system, under system. The kernel already mentioned, 64-bit. The desktop environment is a mat, which is 1.26.2, which is also mentioned in the release notes. Distro, it says as a Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Mentor because it's Ubuntu flavor. So that's the reason you get the distro as a Ubuntu 23.10. And under machine, it says as a VMware because I'm running it on a VMware. So this is some of the information. This is my CPU information. This is the graphics information, which is VMW GFX version is 2.20.0. Display is X11. Server is Xorg version 1.21.1.7. So this is my display resolution 1920 into 1080 with a 60 Hz, which I already showed in the beginning. So OpenGL version is a 4.3 and Mesa is a 23.2.1. So here is some of the network information, drives of a storage or a hard disk, info. So let's type in another command, which is inxi -G, and hit on enter. So here is some of the other information. Let's type in cat:/etc/issue and hit enter. So it says as a Ubuntu 23.10. So let's type in neofetch. If it's pre-installed, we should be getting neofetch. Hit enter. Here is the neofetch information. You can just pause the video and read everything. So let's type in another important command which will grab the complete distro information in a single command. So let's type in inxi-sv8. So this is the command which will grab complete information of the distro. So let's scroll it upside and see all the information. So here is the complete system information. Here is the machine information. Here is the memory information, CPU, CPU speed. Here are all the vulnerabilities. Here are all the graphics information, display information, monitor information. Here is the audio information, which is a Pipewire 0.3.79, ELSA. You can just pause the video or you can slow down the video to read everything. Here is the network information. Here is the Bluetooth information. If you have a Bluetooth, you should be having the Bluetooth information there. So drives, partitions, USB, pretty much almost every information is available here. Sensor, repos, process, all the information is here. You can just pause the video, read everything. So let's type in HStop now. So that's the only thing left in the terminal. So for some of the viewers who want the HStop to view, here is the HStop. You can view it here. So these are all the HStop. So let's close this thing. We don't need terminal anymore. So let's open the installer by double clicking, or you just can right click it and open it. This part for is for only beginners. If you are already a Linux user, you just need to skip it because you already know how to install the Linux distro. So I'm not going to install the Linux distro. I'm just going to show you the process. So that's the sound of the Ubuntu mat. When you open the installer, it will be having that notification sound. So you will get the old installer. You don't get the like Ubuntu new installer. You get same older installer as the other older versions. So here is the installer. You need to choose your language. There are plenty of languages available here. I'm choosing the English. Click on continue. It takes a few seconds. And here is the keyboard layout. Choose your keyboard language. I'm choosing the English United States, and you have the all the Russian, Hawaiian, all the other information also. You can choose anything you want. I'm choosing the English United States on the both the side with the default one. You can even test it here, detect your keyboard layout. Click on continue after you're satisfied with the keyboard. Here are the updates and other softwares. If you ask me, I'm going to say it's always a good option to check this both the options because it will download updates and it will also install third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi hardware. So if you are already normal Linux user, you can just directly know how to do that later also. It's clearly up to you to choose it or not. After doing that, click on continue. It's taking like a 30 to 40 seconds because it's going to prepare the Ubuntu drivers. So it's going to take like a 30 to 40 seconds maximum. It depends on your PC also. In my PC, it takes like a 30 to 40 seconds. It will be quick in your PC. So instead of waiting for that, let's check out some desktop features like date and time, power option here. As you can see, there are all same as the older version. You don't get anything new here. The battery option or the power settings. Here is the notification, and here is the internet connection. And let's get back to the installer because the installer is completed. So here is the option which is already in also older version. Erase disk and install Ubuntu Mat, and click on Ubuntu advanced features. So you have like a erase disk and use ZFS, new option here. So you can choose it. If you choose this erase disk and install, it's going to delete the current operating system and it's going to install the Ubuntu Mat. So be careful while choosing this option. If you want to install it on your hard disk, it's going to delete everything. If you are choosing the virtual disk, well, like me, it's going to delete just the virtual disk. So be careful while choosing this option. And the something else is like a dual boot options. Like if you want to run the dual operating system alongside with your main operating system, you can choose this option by creating a manual partition, all the things. So you need to be knowing how to create a partition, all these things, and click on continue. So after clicking on install now, it's going to take like a maybe a few minutes, like a 5 to 10 minutes. It's going to ask you for the username, password. You need to create a username, password, all the things like a login credentials, which is pretty common in every Linux distro. And it's going to take like a 5 to 10 minutes to install. So you should be having the Ubuntu Mat desktop environment or the Ubuntu Mat desktop in your hard disk or a virtual disk, whatever you choose for the installation path. So that's the installation process. So I'm not going to install because I know I need to make another video. So that's the reason, because I'll be posting 2 videos daily. So that's the reason I didn't make it at installer or the installation. So right now it's almost like a 1.4 GB of RAM. CPU is also pretty much stable. So let's open like a 10 to 12 apps at once to see whether it crashes or have like a lag, anything like that. So we should test this because whether we have like a stable solid release or not. If you have like a crash or anything, it's a better option to stay away with this ISO file. So let's open. Till now, I checked almost every Ubuntu flavors. I didn't have any issues like Ubuntu 23.10 beta version. I tried the beta version. The ISO stable ISO file was not released of Ubuntu, but I tested Kubuntu, Lubuntu, Subuntu, and other like Ubuntu Cinnamon desktop environment also. I didn't feel anything lag or any crashes or any bug fixes. Let's try with the Ubuntu Mat. So we should be seeing the same experience here, I guess. So let's open like a bunch of apps. Let's open this one. Under the accessories, we don't have anything. So let's open Redshift. Under the administration, let's open Mat User Manager, Software Boutique, Welcome Screen. And under graphics, let's open Shotwell. Let's even open the image viewer. Let's open the document scanner also. Under the internet, we don't have anything, just Firefox web browser and the transmission to torrent client. So I don't want to open that one. Let's open the LibreOffice calculator, actual document viewer. That's pretty much everything. The app is opening instantly. So there is just a few seconds of delay. That's pretty common because we are opening all the apps instantly or at once. So that's the reason it's taking a bit of time. So the response is pretty much good. Let's open Mat dictionary. As you can see, it's quite opening instantly. Preference, let's open appearance. Let's open like a file manager. Let's open firewall configuration. Mat tweak, Bluetooth manager. Let's open some random things because let's see whether it crashes or not. Add settings, main menu, power management, and plank preference. Let's open the webcomoid, rhythm box, like a cellular also. So as you can see, I opened like a more than 15 to 16 apps. So it's almost a good response. We don't have any crash or anything like that. Let's open mat disk usage analyzer. Some of apps are still opening in the background. So let's open gparted. Let's even open the file manager, which is Saja. So I think we are good with this, I guess. We pretty much opened everything. So let's go to the system monitor and check the process. So the RAM is almost like a 3 GB, 3.1 GB. Let's maximize this thing and properly see all the things. So as you can see, there is a bit of lag because almost we opened like maybe 20 apps. So it's pretty common. It's still stable and there is no crashing or anything like that. So the RAM is almost like a 3.1 GB of a 3.8 GB, which is 80%, 81%. And CPU is also below 50%, 50, 60% like that. So I think still it's pretty much very good to use this Linux distro, in my opinion. It's clearly up to you to choose this Linux distro or not. So in my opinion, it's running pretty much good, like the Ubuntu Cinnamon. Uh, Ubuntu Cinnamon desktop environment was also the best one. So it was running like same as this thing. There was no lag or any bug fixes, bugs or all the any crashes or anything like that. So let's get back to the applications. Let's check the version of the applications and close all the applications. So as you can see, there is a bit of maybe like a lag or something like that. So it's taking a bit of time to move. As you can see, we can't even complain because we opened like 20 apps. So it's pretty much still it's having a bit of response here. So that's the good part. So sometimes the apps will be not working. So in this case, it's pretty much good in my opinion. So we are getting all the information still. We are clicking on everything. So everything is working properly. So the version is a 1.26.1. So let's close it. And as you can see, it's closing pretty much instantly. So there is no lag or anything. Let's check the version of the gparted 1.5.0, same as the every Ubuntu flavors. Let's check the celluloid version 0.25, and there was a bit of delay there. No problem, everything is going good. Just a second or 2 seconds of delay. Rhythm box 3.4.7. Disk usage analyzer. Let's check this version also 1.26.1. Let's close this thing. Webcomoid version is 9.1.1. Let's close this thing also. Power manager, you can customize. It's clearly up to you how to do that. You can change all the options according to your preference. So the disk, about disk version is here. So let's close this thing also. So mat tweak, you can customize these things. It's clearly customizable. It's clearly up to you how to change anything. It's clearly up to you. File management preference, you can even customize all the options here. There are plenty of options to customize. Let me close this thing also. Main menu, you can revert, you can close, you can undo, redo, everything is here. You can even add a new item, new menu. Add setting, you can customize. It's clearly up to you to choose these options. I'm not going to show you everything because it's going to take a lot of time and it's going to make a lengthy video. So that's the reason I'm just going to close this thing. Firewall, you can even change the firewall options. Here is the version. You can just change the status. You can change all things. So let's get close this thing. So welcome. Here is the options. You can click on next for the evolution. This is the evolution app. You already know how to do that. So let's close this thing also. Blueman manager is not running. So let's close this thing also. Mail. Let's check the version of the mail. Evolution 3.50.0-1. This is the version you get. So let's check the LibreOffice version, which should be like a 7.6.2.1 because this was the version which is available in all the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So you get the same version in every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So let's close this thing also. Image viewer, which is eye of matte image viewer, version is a 1.26.0. Let's close this thing also. Shortwell, let's check the version. Here is the version. Let me close this thing also. So here is the dictionary 1.26.1. Airtrail document viewer 1.26.0. Document scanner 44.0. Pluma, which is a text editor 1.26.0. Let's even close this thing. Here is the RAM running almost a 2 GB. CPU is also a bit of low here. You can add the user, you can unlock, you can close, you can create a user here. So let's close this thing. You can choose the themes here. There are plenty of themes here, like almost 7 themes. Position, alignment, behavior, docklets. You can change all the things. It's clearly customizable. It's clearly up to you to choose it. So here is the themes available. So you already know all the themes. So I don't need to click on all the themes. So let's just choose the one theme and go to the next option. So the background, we need to wait for a few seconds, I guess. Yes, it is loading. So these are all the wallpapers available for the Ubuntu Mat 23.10. So this is the new wallpaper. Let's keep that wallpaper also. Font, interface, these are all the same as the older version. So no need to show all the things. Here is the software boutique. Version is 22.04.0. Here are all the applications. You can just go through all these things and directly install it. You can go with the details. You can directly install. You already know this thing, so I'm not going to go through all these things. Here is the welcome screen. You can continue. You have options like a desktop layout, change theme. These are all the older has also the in the older versions. So you already know desktop layout, like Apple themes, Windows type themes, all this layout. You already know that, so I'm not going to do that. So you can change theme right here. You can directly install it here. You can choose the features, introduction. You can go all through this. So which were already available in the older version. So no need to go through all these things. So here is the dock. So I think we pretty much covered everything, I guess. In my point of view, I don't know about you. If I forgot anything, just let me know in the comment section. So settings manager, it's almost I showed everything in these things, so no need to go through all these things. Power management, Bluetooth manager, I showed everything, so I think it's a good option to end the video here. So at the end of the video, this is all the resources and the RAM consumption of the Ubuntu Mat desktop environment. So it's almost like a 1.6 GB in the memory, and the CPU is almost like a below 20%. So system, so these are all the processes running right now at the end of the video. As you can see, it's almost like a maybe here should be, here it is. The CPU is almost like a below 20% and the RAM is almost a 1.6 GB. So I think that's the end of the video, I guess. So let's check the about redshift indicator 1.26.0. Here is the redshift. Let's quit it. So this is the wallpaper you get in the Ubuntu Mat 23.10. So this is the single wallpaper which is changed from the previous version. So let's log out and see the logout screen also. So here are other information. If you want, you can go through all the information. So the panel version is also 1.26.0. So I forgot to mention that. So there is a bit of sound or the notification while you log out or log in. So this is the accessibility, no internet connections, power, volume, date and time, and power off button. You can. This is a live user, so you need to just click on login to log into user. So I pretty much covered everything, I guess. If I forgot anything, just let me know in the comment section. I will do that in the later videos. So I think that's it for the video. If you want to check the other videos which will be posted, because I'll be posting 2 videos daily, so there is already a video posted in my channel, so you can check it out. You can even check it out my previous videos because I'll post daily 2 videos. So that's the end of the video. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu 23.10. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So this is a boot menu. So let's boot it in a live boot first. And I'm using it on a VMware, which is a virtualization with 60 GB of hard disk, 4 GB of RAM, and my CPU is 12 Gen i5. So Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors, all the things released today. So I'll be making all that videos in a few days. Today I'll be making a Ubuntu and Ubuntu Cinnamon. If you want to check that out, you can check that out after watching the Ubuntu video. There's already Ubuntu Cinnamon 23.10 in the channel. So if you want to check that out, you can check that out. So here is our Ubuntu desktop. So let me first open the system monitor. And here are all the things you should see first while launching the Linux. Here is the CPU. Here is the memory. It's using a 547 MB right now of 4 GB of RAM. Here is the swap, and uptime is 2 minutes 4 seconds. So these are all the processes running right now, as you can see. So let me put it in the corner throughout the video so you can see everything what's going on here. So let's change the display resolution first. Let's go to preference, LXQT settings, and it should be here. I think it should be in, let's go to monitors. Here it is, monitor settings. Let me first change the display resolution 1920 into 1080. Okay, let's close this thing. Let me open the internet, which is a Firefox web browser. Let me take you to their official website and show what are the new changes or the new features in the Ubuntu 23.10. So this is the new wallpaper, which is Mantic Minotaur of 23.10. So keep an eye on the CPU and the RAM, and you can see it's almost 853 MB. Let's check the Firefox web browser. It's 118 and it's a point 0.1 update. So let's type in about. So these are all the information. If you want, you can check that out. Let me go through all these things. So if you want to read everything, you can pause the video and read everything. If you want to slow it down, you can slow it down in the YouTube settings if you want. So I'm doing this because it's going to take a lot of time. So that's the reason I'm fast forwarding everything. So let's go to their official website first. Let me type in some search engine. So let's type in the search term, which is Ubuntu. So this is the official website, which is ubuntu.me. You can directly type it like this. So this is the official website. Let's go to the downloads. Here it is, 23.10, new stable release, supported until July 2024. So if you want LTS, you need to go with the 22.04.3. So if you want to just test it, you can just test it. And the LXQT version is a 1.3.0. I'm going to show you everything. So let's go to the release notes. So here it is, support lifespan. Already showed it here, July 2024. So these are all the new changes. If you want, you can read it here, which is LXQT 1.3.0, Qt 5.15.0, and Mozilla Firefox as shipped in the Snap packages. The latest version is 118. I already showed that. LibreOffice version is a 7.6 Office Suite. VLC is a 3.0.18. Featherpad is a 1.3.5, and Software Center, which is a 5.27.8. So this is a stable ISO file. If you want to download, you can download. And if you want to read everything, you can read by going to their official website. So let me close it. If you want to download it, you can download it with desktop 64-bit, or you can choose the torrent. This is a HTTPS and this is a torrent. Let me download and show you what the file size. The file size is around like a 2.8 GB. So that's the downloading process, and that was the release notes. Let me close the browser and let's open the terminal. Before that, let's check the LXQT version. As you can see, they mentioned LXQT version is 1.3.0. As you can see, let's close this thing. Let's go to the terminal. Let's check the version 1.3.0. Okay. About Qt, here is the version of the Qt 5.15.10. Let's type in some of the commands, like for example inxi. So I already mentioned my CPU is a 12 gen i5 1240p, and I'm using a 4 GB of RAM for the virtualization. It's almost 1 GB of RAM, and the inxi version is 3.3.29, and process running right now are 249. So the latest kernel version is a 6.5.0, which is included in all the Ubuntu flavors. So for the storage, I already mentioned it's 60 GB. I'm choosing the 60 GB for my VMware. So let's type in another command, which is inxi-small b. Hit enter. So host, it says as a Ubuntu because it's a Ubuntu flavor of, and this is the Ubuntu distro. And the kernel already mentioned 64-bit, and the desktop environment is a LXQT version 1.3.0 already mentioned, and distro it says as a Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So this is a flavor of a Ubuntu. That's the reason it says as a Ubuntu 23. And the code name for the 23.10 is Mantic Minotaur. So I'm using it on a VMware. So it says as a VMware Phoenix version 6.00, VM WGFX version 2.20.0, and display is a X11, server Xorg version 1.21.1.7. So my display resolution is 1920 into 1080 with a 60 Hz. OpenGL version is 4.3. Mesa is 23.2.1, and process 249, and uptime is 8 minutes. So let's type in another command, inxi dash capital G, hit enter. So these are some of the other information which is already present in the top side here. So let's type in cat:/etc/issue and hit enter. It says as a Ubuntu 23.10. So let's type in another command which is inxi-sv8, hit enter. This is the command which will grab complete information of the distro. So every information will be here. Let me scroll it up and show you everything. So the distro name, the kernel, 64-bit, LXQT desktop environment, the main base, Ubuntu. I'm using in a VMware. So it says machine, memory, slots, CPU. You can pause the video and read everything if you want to get the complete information. Graphics. So here is the complete information of graphics, display, monitor. These are all the available resolutions for the monitor. And OpenGL. Here is the complete information. Audio is ELSA version K6. Here is the version if you want to know the version. And the Piper version is a 0.3.79. So pretty much everything will be here. So if you want read everything, you can pause the video or just slow down the video in the YouTube settings, like a playback speed. Change the playback speed to from 1.0 to 0.25, and you can see everything and read everything here. So these are all the information of the distro. So let's type in hashtag finally. So this is the hashtag for some of the viewers who want to see the hashtag. So let's close this thing. So I think let's try to type in like a install, whether they fixed or not. They didn't fix still. As you can see, there are two installers, like install Ubuntu 23.10, and there is a install system. So they still not fixed that. So let's open the installer by double clicking. So here are the panels options. You can customize everything. So these are all the common things. There are not changed in any version. So these are all the same things as the in the previous version. So I don't think I need to show that. So let's see. After we have any time, I'm going to show you everything. So Calamares installer is a 3.3.0 alpha 2 for the Ubuntu. So this is a stable release. If you want to install it on your hard disk, you can. If you don't want, if you want to try it. So my opinion or the my suggestion is always to first live boot. After you're satisfied with using the live boot, then go with the installation. So whether if you find any bugs in the live boot, you can just wait for the point updates and or other versions. So it's always a good option to first live boot first and then go with the installation. So it's almost the same installer or the installation methods. So there is nothing changed here. So first you need to choose your language. There are plenty of languages available here. Click on next, and here is the location. You can just point out in the map, or you can just use the drop down menu if you want. You can choose it anything you want. You don't need to provide the actual location. You can provide any location if you want. So here are some of the customization. If you want to customize, you can customize these things. After you satisfied, let's click on next. So you need to choose your keyboard. Mine is Dell. You can choose your keyboard right here. There are plenty of options or the models available there. So choose your language for the keyboard. I'm choosing the English United States and the default one. There are other options too, as you can see, Russian, Hawaiian, all the things. I'm choosing the default one. Click on next. So here, if you want to choose the if you want to choose to install in your main disk or a main hard disk, you can choose it right here. If you're using as a VMware like me, you can just choose the VMware. If you have multiple hard disk, you need to choose the right one, because it's going to delete everything if you choose the erase disk. So be careful while choosing this thing. And here are the options. If you want, you can customize these things. Not the customize these things, these are the options you can choose, like a AXT4, BTRFS, XFS. You can choose anything you want. And here is the manual partitioning, which is for the dual boot. If you have like a other operating system like a Windows or other any operating system, you can choose for the dual boot operating systems. So I'm just choosing the erase disk. If you want to encrypt your system, you just need to provide the password, which should be same in the both the boxes. So these are all the basic things you already know, no need to show you. But for some viewers who are just like a new for the Linux, that's the reason I'm going to show this. And here is the bootloader location. If you want to do that later, you can do that later. If you want to choose the default one, you can choose it. If you want any other options here, you can choose that one too. After you're satisfied with everything, just click on next. You need to provide your username, password, all the things for the computer name, all the things. So let me type in something, for example, runboxing. So I'm choosing the computer name as a runboxing. You need to provide the strong password and remember the password. The password should be same in the both the boxes. If everything is going good, you should be seeing a tick mark. If anything is wrong, it should be given as the cross mark or into mark. So these are all the things. Click on next. So this is the summary of whatever you choose in the previous installation steps. So after you're satisfied with the click on install, and it's going to install the Ubuntu 23.10 in your operating system in the hard disk. Whether if you choose the VMware, it should be installed on your VMware. Whether you choose the main hard disk, it should be installed in your main hard disk. So that's the installation process. I'm not going to install it because I want to make another video of Ubuntu Cinnamon 23.10. That's the reason I'm not going to install. So that's the installation process. Let me open some of the like customization options, like a desktop wallpapers, all these things. So here are some of the customization for your desktop. You can customize anything. So these are all the wallpapers. There is nothing more in the wallpapers, because just a few wallpapers, like three wallpapers, but these are all the same wallpapers. So you don't have new things other than this wallpapers. So let's close these things. Here are the customization of the desktop, which were already available in the previous version, so no need to see all these things. So here is the panel. Let's check out some of the configuration panel. So for the styling, here are the options, widgets. These are all completely customizable. It's clearly up to you to customize it or not, or just keep it like default. So date and time, task manager or the CPU, notifications, internet connection, clipboard, about clipper. Here is the version of the clipper, volume customizations. So that's it. So let's open some of the applications, like let's open like a 10 to 12 apps, and let's see whether it crashes or not. It's a stable ISO, so we don't see any crashes or anything like that. So let's try it. Let's open calculator. Let's open like a bunch of applications, games. We don't have any games. LX image. Under the graphics, let's open the LibreOffice. Screen grab, Scanlight, Internet. Let's open Cursor IRC. Office, we already opened the LibreOffice. So let's open QPDF view. Let's open VLC Media Player. Let's open Discover. 3D Partition Manager. And move on Package Manager. Under Preference, we don't have anything. So let's open Software Sources. I think that's it. Let's go to the System Monitor or a Task Manager. So CPU is around like a 20%. Memory is almost 1.5 GB, which is pretty much high when compared to other desktop environments. Usually, the LXQT desktop environment shouldn't use like a 1000 MB or a 1 GB, but the new version is almost like a 1540 MB, which is 1.5 GB almost, and cache is 2210 MB, as you can see. Buffer is 1 MB. Swap is here, and we almost using the Linux distro for up to 21 minutes. It's almost 21 minutes of using this Linux distro, which is a Ubuntu 23.10. And here is the RAM. We almost open like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost like 11 apps. So this is the result. RAM is almost 1.5 GB, which is still good when compared to other desktop environments. But I was not expecting like a 1.5 GB. It should be like a 1.1 or a 1 GB usually in the older version of Ubuntu LXQT. But right now, as you can see, it's almost a 1500 MB. So let's close all the things. So we didn't see any crashes or anything like a lag or anything in the opening process. Everything was smooth. That's pretty good. So if you're having like a 2 GB of RAM, I think it should be good to use this Linux distro. So before installing, try to use it in a live boot first. So if you didn't see any lag or anything like that, you can go with the Ubuntu. So it's still good. It's almost a 1.5 GB. And if you have like a 2 GB of RAM, you should be having like a 1.8 GB usable. So that's for the lightweight desktop environments. I think it's going to work for the low-end PCs. So let's get back to the applications. So these are all the customization for the softwares. So you can choose from the main server or other things, other software updates. You can customize these things, authentication, additional drivers. Let's close this thing. Let's open the, let's check the LibreOffice version 7.6, which was already mentioned in the official website of the Ubuntu. So all the changes are here. So let's close the LibreOffice. So VLC Media Player was also mentioned in the official website release notes. So here is the version. So the version should be same. If you want to check that out, you can just open the official website and check the version. It should be same. Scanlight, screen grab. So you can change the settings if you want. Let's check the about version. Here is the version. Let's even close this thing. So image viewer. Here is the version Qt 1.3.0. So file manager, which is a Pacman or a PCman, FMQT 1.3.0. So let's check the version of QCell 0.14.0, version date 2022. So let's close this thing. KDE partition manager, about KDE, about KDE partition. So here is the version. Let's even close the partition manager here. PDF view, version 0.5.0. Let's even close this thing. Featherpad 1.3.5, which was already mentioned in the release notes. So here is the version, which is same and which should be same. Let's check the package manager. Move on package manager version 5.8.0. So installed version will be highlighted with a green mark, as you can see. Let me scroll it down. So if you want to see it in the slow, you can change the playback speed to 0.25, which should be default 1.0, and change it to 0.25, and you should be seeing all the installed packages. I'm making this because already mentioned it's going to make a lengthy video. That's the reason I'm scrolling down very fast. So there are three updates. Here are the updates. The file size is around like a 145 KB. You can update it if you want. Discover 5.27.8. The version was already mentioned in the release notes. So some of the customizations, if you want to customize, you can customize the settings. Installed, these are all the installed. Home. So let's close this thing. Let's check the calculator version. I think we pretty much covered everything. So there is nothing left here. I already showed everything. So I think let's end the video here. So at the end of the video, the CPU is almost 10%. System is 5.5%. Memory used is 1 GB, almost more than 1 GB. 1024 is the 1 GB, and 104 MB is used right now for 4 GB. Swap is here. Uptime almost, we pretty much used almost like a 27 minutes. So we didn't see any crashes or we didn't see any freeze in the Linux distro. Everything worked pretty much smoothly because this is a stable ISO file. So if you want to use this or install it in your hard disk, you can do that. So this is a stable release. So if you have still doubt, you can just use the live boot for a few hours, like a 1 day or maybe like a 7 to 8 hours. If you didn't find any crashes or anything, you can go with the installation. So if you want to check out other Ubuntu Cinnamon 23.10, I already made a video on that. You can check that out in my channel. So again, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So I'm running it on a virtualization, which is a VMware with 60 GB of hard disk, 4 GB of RAM, and my CPU is 12 Gen i5 1240p. So here is the Ubuntu 23.10 welcome screen. Either choose the live boot or directly install the Ubuntu on your hard disk. So there are two options. Always, it was always in the previous version also. So it's always my opinion to go with the live boot first. Then, if you're satisfied without any bugs or crashes, anything like that, then go with the installation. Again, this is a stable release or a stable ISO file. So even it's a stable ISO file, it's a good option to first go with the live boot. So I'm going with the live boot first, and then if you're satisfied, go with the installation. So here is the desktop layout of a Ubuntu 23.10. So let's first open the system monitor so that we can see how much of resources it consumes in the beginning. And we're going to put the system monitor at the right side corner so you can go see all these changes throughout the video. So right now it's 1.1 GB of RAM. I choose like a 4 GB of RAM for my virtualization, as you can see. So the CPU is almost like a 70 to 60%. It's not stable, so can't judge the correct number. So let's first change the display settings by going to settings. It's bit of a delay, uh, not like the Ubuntu 23.10. It was instantly opening everything, so no problem. So let's change the display resolution. Mine is 1920 into 1080 with a 16:9 ratio. You can scale the global scale as up to like a 300%. Click on apply, keep it. So I'm going to show you the about the system. So here it is, Ubuntu 23.10. This is a stable ISO file and the stable release. KDE Plasma version is 5.27.8 and KDE Frameworks version is 5.110.0. Qt version is 5.15.10 and the kernel is 6.5.0-9. This is the same kernel which is available in every Ubuntu flavor. So you should be seeing all the 6.5 in every Ubuntu flavors. So let's first put the system monitor at the right side corner. Before that, let's see all the applications opened. So there is nothing open, just a few applications. And the history, as you can see, the graph is almost a bit of stable, not exactly, but we see a high peak in the beginning and in the middle. So there is no stable graph in the CPU. Let's go to the process. So these are all the processes running right now. In the beginning of the video, I didn't open any of the applications or run any applications. And let's put it to the overview. So right now it's almost like a 1.3 GB. So let's go to their official website by opening the internet browser, which is Firefox, the default browser. And the version should be like a 118 because the Ubuntu and Ubuntu Cinnamon in the yesterday's video has the same version. So I should be expecting the version 118.0.1. So let's wait. So here it is, the Firefox web browser. Let's check the version. Let's go to about Firefox. As you can see, it's 118.0.164 bit. Before that, going to the official website, let me type in something like support, about support, and you should be seeing some of the information. So here are some of the information. Let me scroll it down. If you want to see this, you can just change the YouTube playback speed to 0.25 and you should be seeing all the important things in a slow-mo, or you can just pause the video and read everything if you want. So these are all the information, some of the important information. So let's go to their official website now. It should be kubuntu.com. Sorry, I need to go to the search engine because I'm using a VPN which doesn't allow me to open the google.com because it triggers the Google reCAPTCHA. So that's the reason I'm choosing the startpage.com. So you should be good with the Google or DuckDuckGo, whatever your search engine is. So let's type in Kubuntu as the search engine in the search engine. So this is the search term you need to type in the search engine. So the official website is kubuntu.org. So this is the official website. And let's go to the news and see. Let's go to the download section. Here is the Ubuntu 23.10 64-bit download. The ISO file should be around like a 3.7 GB, as you can see here. And these are all the release notes of the Ubuntu 23.10. What are the new features? So you should be getting a KDE Plasma 5.27. So already mentioned and showed it. So right now the version is 5.27.8, and KDE apps updates including KDE Gear 23.04 and other updated apps, and the web browser and Office Suite. Web browser is 118.0.1. Snap is the default browser, and the LibreOffice version is 7.6.2.1, which is same in every Ubuntu flavors. If you want, you can check my other Ubuntu flavor videos of 23.10, which are already in my channel. So these are all the changes. If you want, you can just go through all these things by pausing the video or directly going to their official website. So let's close this thing and open the terminal, which is console. Let's type in few commands to get some of the distro information. Before that, let's check the console version. Here is the console version. So let's type in inxi, hit enter. We need to install the inxi first. So let's copy the command. Let's paste it and click on enter. Unable to locate, you need to update the packages. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to search some kernel version. Uname R. So the kernel is a 6.5.0.1. So let's see NeoFetch is pre-installed or not. Let's try to paste it. Nope. Let's exit the terminal and check other features. So let's open some bunch of apps and see whether it crashes or not. Let's open Discover. So you don't get much of the applications in the Ubuntu because KDE Plasma doesn't have some of bloatware apps like uh, other Ubuntu flavors. So you should be getting a simple some of the KDE Plasma apps. That's it. You don't get any GIMP or any Inkscape, all that type of apps. You just get a basic apps. So let's open like a 10 to 12 apps and see the system monitor whether it crashes or we get any lag or anything like that. We don't need to open any games. So let's open Ockler. Let's even open the internet Thunderbird. I think Thunderbird is like a Supernova 115.0.3, I guess, the version. Let's open music player, which is Elsa. Internet, we don't need to open the Firefox web browser. So let's open conversation. Multimedia. We already opened LibreOffice Draw, so no need to open other apps. I think that's it. We don't get any apps, so that's the reason we just open like a 7 to 6 apps, I guess. Let's open calculator also. Let's get to the system monitor. As you can see, it's almost like a 2.5 GB of a 3.8 GB, and the CPU is as you can see, there is no stable numbers here. It's going up to 40% sometimes and it's back to 5%. So it's clearly up to you to judge it whether to use this Linux distro or not. So as you can see, there is no stable graph. This is because the we opened a lot of apps at once, so that's the reason there is a high peak, and we need to wait for at least 1 minute so we can get the graph of proper CPU. So these are all the processes running right now, and the RAM is almost 2.5 GB. So we don't see any crash in the apps or anything like that, but there is a bit of delay in the response. As you can see, there is like a 2 to 3 seconds of delay, as you can see. Even the date and time taking a bit of time there. So let's check the version and end the video, because there is nothing more in the applications. So here is the version, which is 115.3.1 Thunderbird. Let's close this thing. About calculator 23.08.1. Conversation. About Elisa music player. Let's check the version of a conversation. So here is the version. Let's close this thing. Ocular 23.08.1. So all the KDE Plasma applications version will be same as the 23.08.1. So there is nothing changed there. So let's check the LibreOffice. They mentioned in the release notes that is 7.6.2.1. So here is the version which is same. So those are all the changes in the Kubuntu. They didn't give much of anything in the release notes. So just gave the LibreOffice version, Firefox version, and the kernel version. So that was the Kubuntu 23.10. So already made the beta version and the daily builds in my previous videos. So I don't think there is much in the this Linux distro, because we don't even get a lot of pre-installed apps. So these are all the pre-installed apps which you get in the KDE Plasma of Kubuntu. So I think that's the end of the video. So about Dolphin, here is the version. So at the end of the video, the version is the RAM is almost like a 1.8 GB. In the beginning, it was like a 1.5, 1.6. Right now, it's a 1.8 GB. So let's check whether there are some new wallpapers or not. And let's check some settings and end the video. So you don't get any new wallpapers in the Ubuntu 23.10 like the Lubuntu or the Ubuntu Cinnamon. They give like a Mantic miniature wallpaper, but in the Ubuntu you don't get any wallpapers. You get the old wallpapers of a KDE Plasma, as you can see, and the version is 3.0. So let's first open the installation. I'm going to show you the installation process. I don't want to install it on my virtualization, because I want to make another video. So that's the reason I'm not going to install. I'm going to show you the process. That's it. So first you need to choose your language. There are a lot of languages available in the installation. So I'm choosing the English. Click on continue. You need to choose your keyboard right now. I'm choosing the English United States. So there are a lot of languages available in the keyboard layout. You can choose any language there. Click on continue. Normal installation, and install third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi hardware. So you can choose this, or you can just uncheck that. It's clearly up to you. Click on continue. It's going to take like a 30 to 40 seconds, because you get the old installer in every Ubuntu flavor, but you get a new installer in the Ubuntu 23.10. So that's a good thing in the Ubuntu, but you don't get any new installer in other Ubuntu flavors. So you should stick with the old installer. So let's go to the settings instead of waiting for this. Usually it should take like a 30 seconds. So there is nothing changes in the settings too, because KDE Plasma settings you already know 5.27. So those are the same settings. So this is the option whether you need to install it directly on your hard disk or virtual disk. So these are the options. So if you want to use the entire disk, you can choose this option, which will delete the current operating system and install the Ubuntu 23.10 if you don't know that. So if you already know that, you just can skip the video. So this is the use entire disk and set up LVM, and this is option is use entire disk and set up encrypted LVM. So you need to provide the password in the both the boxes, which should be same, and you can see the password here. So you need to choose the a hard disk. If you have a multiple hard disk, you need to properly choose the hard disk here. You can just go with the manual partitioning, which will give you the option of a dual booting operating systems. So you should be having like a dual operating systems or a dual boot like that. So that's the installation process. That's the after the choosing install now, it's going to give the timing zone, user information. User information is like you need to give the username and a computer name and the password, and it's going to install it in like 5 to 10 minutes. Depends on your PC and depends on the ISO file. If it's stable, it will be very quick, and if it's like a beta version or the development version, it should take a few seconds more there. So that's the installation process. Let's close the installer. So these are all the same things, so there is nothing change here. You don't get any new themes or anything in the Ubuntu. So these are already you can see this all the settings in the KDE Plasma 5.27. So there is nothing to show you here. So let's go to the power management. Nothing changing. Bluetooth, driver manager, KDE Connect, printers, Thunderbolt, removable disk. So that's all, I guess. Firewall. So there is nothing changes here. So let's close the. So you can customize the updates. You already know which was already in the previous version. So no, nothing to show here. So I think that's the end of the video. So it's almost like a 2 GB of RAM. So if you have a low-end PC, it's a better option to try it in a live boot first, and if you're satisfied, go with the installation. So if you have a mid-end PC, you don't need to worry about that, because I'm using a 4 GB of RAM. It's running pretty much good. I didn't see any crashes or anything like that, but there was a bit of delay here and there, like a 2 to 3 seconds of delay. Other than that, that is nothing problem with the Ubuntu 23.10. So feel free to test it. So again, thanks for video. Thanks for watching. Sorry. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ed Ubuntu. So here is the boot menu of Ed Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. And I forgot to mention that I'm running it on a VMware, which is virtualization, with 4 GB of RAM, with i5 1240p CPU, and with 60 GB of hard disk. So this is a stable ISO release or a stable ISO file. Here you can see the Ubuntu logo loading. So here you have like a two options. One is to boot it in a live boot, and the other one is to install it on your hard disk. You will be getting an installer in the live boot also. So if you want to go with the live boot, you can just click on try Ubuntu, or you can just directly install here. So in my opinion, it's always a good option to go with the live boot first, and if you're satisfied without any bugs or crashes, anything like that, you can go with the installation after. So there is an application in the live boot also, you can install there by double clicking it. So first you need to choose the language. So there are plenty of languages available for the live boot. I am choosing the live boot. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So here we have the Ubuntu desktop or the education Ubuntu. You can call it like that also. So let's first open the system monitor before setting the display so that we can see how much of resources it consumes. Here is the system monitor. Let's launch the system monitor. So right now in the beginning of the video or launching the Linux distro in the beginning. So here is all the process. When you start up, you will see all this process and resources. It's 1.5 GB in the starting, as you can see. You can change the color if you want. So CPU is almost under 20%. So let's run it until 1 minute and see the graph of the CPU and also the maybe the increase in RAM. We get like a 1.6 GB maybe. So this is a GNOME desktop environment and the RAM is almost like a 1.5 GB. I'm using a 4 GB of RAM for my VMware. So it's almost a 1.5 GB. So as you can see, there is a bit of a stable graph in the CPU, like 30 to 40 seconds maybe here. There is a high peak in the beginning. So that's pretty common when you launch the system monitor. It's always the high peak or the high graph in the beginning. You should run like a minute and you should see the graph properly. If you see the stable graph, and that's good. So if you see like a high peak in the graph, so that's pretty much using a more CPU there. So it's almost 1.5 GB. Let's put it right side in the corner throughout the video so you can see all the changes in the system resources. So let's first change the display settings. Mine is 1920 into 1080. So let's change it. You can even change the fractional scaling by clicking on it. You can change like a 125, 150, 175. You'll get like all these options. If you uncheck this, you'll just get 100 or 200%. So you can choose anything you want there if you want to change the display resolution. So let's check about. So here is the Ubuntu. Let me quickly change this to the corner. I'll put it in the corner. It's almost a 1.7 GB. There is 200 MB of jump there. So operating system, it says as a Ubuntu 23.10, and this is my CPU, this is my memory and the hard disk. Let's click on system details. So this is a new option in the about section because the GNOME 45 has this option. As you can see, the kernel is 6.5.0-9. This is the same kernel which is available in all the Ubuntu flavors and the Ubuntu. So you need to remember that also, and it's a 64-bit architecture. So let's close it. Let's open the internet browser, which is a Firefox web browser, and let me show you their official website and some of the release notes. Keep an eye on the CPU and RAM when I will be opening some of the apps, so you should get being the idea of how much of resources it consumes. And the version will be 118.1 for the Firefox because the all the browser has the same version. All the Ubuntu flavors has the same version. So it says as a 118.0.1 update. So let's type in something information like about support and hit enter. So here is some of the information. If you want to go through all this information, just pause the video and check it out. Or you can just change the playback speed in the YouTube settings to 0.25 and you can see everything. So this is some of the important information. If you want, you can read it or you can just skip this part. So let's go to their official website. It should be at ubuntu.com. I'll show you that completely. I'm using a VPN, so that's the reason I'm choosing this search engine. My VPN will trigger the Google reCAPTCHA, so that's the reason I'm choosing this start page website or the start page search engine. You need to type in the Ubuntu as the search term. Click on enter in your search engine, whether it's a Google or DuckDuckGo, whatever the search engine is. So this is the URL or the official website, which is edubuntu.org, or you can directly type in the search bar, which will directly take you to their official website. So this is the official website. As you can see, it's almost 2.2 GB. Let me clear this so you can properly see. So just directly click on the download Ubuntu. Here is the version of 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. You can directly click on download. Let's go to the release notes first. It will take you directly to the ubuntu.com for the disclosure website. So here is all things which are changed. What's new in compared to 23.04. So there are some new apps like this one. You can just go to their website or read by pausing the video. It's clearly up to you. So I'm just going to scroll it down. So I don't want to make the video lengthy. So that's the reason I'm just going to scroll it down like this. If you want, you can just pause the video and read it here, or you can directly go to their official website and read all the information. So here is all the new changes. As you can see, you can directly download from here or just go to their official website and download. Click on download. The file size is around like a 5.6 GB. That's a big file size, or the big ISO file size, you can call it. More than Ubuntu, I guess. The Ubuntu will be like a 3.5 GB, maybe 4 GB, like that. Right now, Ubuntu 23.10 stable ISO file is not available. So that's the reason I am postponing the video. As soon as the ISO file is released of the Ubuntu, I will be making that video. So I made all the other flavors of Ubuntu 23.10. You can check that out in my previous videos. So let's close the download and also the browser. We don't need it. So let's open the terminal so we can get the some of the distro information. Let's launch the terminal. Let me make it bigger so you can properly see it. The mouse cursor is a bit of problem, but right now it's working properly. So let's check the about of the terminal. Version 3.49.92 for GNOME 45. It has a GNOME 45 desktop environment. So let's type in the command, which is inxi. Command not found. We need to install the command. Let's try to install it. Let's paste the command. Hit enter. You need to type y, which is yes. It will install in a few seconds. So let's wait for a few seconds and let's try to install inxi. Let me try to change the background so you can properly see. Let's go to colors. Let me change to the gnome light so you can properly see. So I'm going to type in inxi now. So here is the information. Kernel, I already showed that. inxi version. Process running right now 290. This is my storage, which is 60 GB. This is my CPU. So let's type in another command, which is inxi dash small b, and hit enter. So in the this is all the machine information or the machine information. It says as a VMware because I'm running it on a VMware, and the GNOME desktop environment version is 45.0, as you can see. Host, it says as a Ed Ubuntu, and it's a flavor of Ubuntu 23.10. So it says as a Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Minotaur here in the distro, and this is my CPU information. So this is my display information, which is display X11. Server is Xorg version 1.21.1.7 with the X VLAN Version is 23.2.0, and this is my display resolution, which is 1920 into 1080 with the 60 hertz. And OpenGL version is 4.3, and Mesa is 23.2.1. So already showed the hard disk, no need to show that. Available RAM is almost 3.78. Total is 4 GB, and used is almost like a 1.63 GB. As we can see, 1.7 GB in the CPU or the system monitor. So let's type in another command, which is inxi -G. Hit enter. Here is some of the information. If you want to read, you can read it by pausing the video. cat:/issue, etc:/issue. We get the Ubuntu 23.10. So let's type in neofetch if it's available. Hit enter. Neofetch is not pre-installed, so we need to install it on our own. So let's paste the command and hit enter. You need to type in Y for yes. It's going to take like a maximum of 20 seconds or minimum like 10 to 5 seconds. That's it. So you should be having an neofetch installed. Let's wait for a few more seconds and it's done. Now let me type in neofetch and hit enter. Here is the information of the neofetch. The OS, host, kernel, uptime, packages, shell, resolution, desktop environment, Mutter, all these things is here as you can see. Let's type in another command, which is inxi-sv8, which will give the complete distro information, like all the Bluetooth, all the vulnerabilities, all these things. So here is the all the information. So you have the system information here, desktop, and the machine information, and here is the memory information, vulnerabilities, graphics, screens, monitors, all the information is here. You can just pause the video or you can slow down the video so to get all the information. Here is the audio information. The Pi5 version is here, which is a 0.3.79. All the audio information is here, so you can properly read it. Here is the network information. Here is the Bluetooth information. I don't have a Bluetooth right now. So if you have a Bluetooth, you will be getting the information of the Bluetooth here. Here is the partition, swap, unmounted, USB, sensors, repos, all the information are here. All the processors is here. So that's the information of the distro. Complete information is here. So let me type in htop. So we don't have the htop pre-installed, so we need to install the htop also. Let's copy the terminal or the command in the terminal. Hit enter. Again, it's going to take like a 5 to 10 seconds to install, and we should be having our htop. Here is the CPU, almost uh, not a stable graph, but it's okay. So let's type in htop. Hit enter. Here is the htop for some of the viewers who want to see the htop also. So we got all the information in the terminal. So let's close the terminal. We don't need anything. So let's go to the installation now. Click on open. Here is the installer I already mentioned in the beginning. So you will be having installer right on the desktop in the live boot, or you can just directly click on the panel here. So you don't get the new installer as the Ubuntu 23.10. You get the same old installer as all the Ubuntu flavors. You just only get the new installer in the Ubuntu. So first you need to choose the language. If you already use Linux, or if you already know how to install the Linux distro, so you don't need to watch this part. You just skip the part. This is for the newcomers or the beginners for Linux distro. So first you need to choose the language. After choosing the language, click on continue. It's going to take a few seconds, like 10 seconds maybe. Keyboard layout, choose your language again for the keyboard. I'm choosing the English United States and the default one. You have like a Russian, Hawaiian, all the options also. After that, click on continue. Here are the updates and other softwares. It's always a good option to check this both the options. If you don't want, you can do that later also if you already a pro user or a Linux distro. If you're running a Linux distro, you already know how to do this, all the things. So I'm just going to check this button, click on continue. It's going to take like a 30 to 40 seconds maximum because it's going to prepare the Ubuntu drivers. So instead of waiting for this, let's check out the desktop features like date and time and some of the notifications and power buttons. All the options are here. You can change the dark style here. So as you can see, it's the dark style. Let's change back to the white, night light. So here are all the options. You can change the volume here. So the installation, let's go back to the installer. So here is the option to erase disk. You need to choose your hard disk or a virtual disk. You need to while choosing the installer. So this option will delete the current operating system or the current files which are available in that disk. If you are using a virtual disk, no need to worry. If you are using a main disk or a hard disk, you need to be careful while choosing this option because it's going to delete everything. So be careful while choosing this option. So you don't get the ZFS here. You just get the both the use LVM with the new Ubuntu installation. So that's it. Let's close this. If you click the something else, it's like a dual options, dual operating system options, or the dual boot options. You can run like a create a partition and you can choose the current operating system and the Ubuntu. You can both boot. You can have the option of like booting with dual operating system. So that's the option here. I'm not going to install because I want to make another video. So that's the reason I'm not going to install. So let's close the installer here. Let's quit it. So let's check out some of the wallpapers of Ubuntu 23.10. Let's see whether we have like a new wallpapers or not. Because Kubuntu didn't have a lot of wallpapers, Kubuntu 23.10, and Lubuntu has like a single wallpaper which is copied 3 times, so you don't get anything in the Kubuntu. Let's see whether we have like some wallpapers in the Ubuntu or not. So you don't get any new wallpapers in the Ubuntu also, just the basic or the old wallpapers in the previous version. So as you can see, I think this is a new wallpaper. Yes, we have like a three new wallpapers, like a one, two, three, as you can see. And here is the other one, fourth option, fifth one, six, seven, eight. I almost have like a eight wallpapers now. Nine, 10. We have a Mantic Minotaur wallpapers here. So sorry for that. I didn't see that. So let's see the wallpapers. So this one is the light one, and let's change the dark one. Here is the option. These are all new wallpapers, like almost 10 wallpapers. This one is pretty good. This is like I think Minecraft pixel wallpaper. So here is the other one. So let's choose this one. This looks pretty good and colorful. So these are all the same options which are available in the GNOME 45 desktop environment. So because this is a GNOME 45 desktop environment, you get all the same options. Appearance, let's choose the light version. Ubuntu desktop, like options for the dock customization here. You can customize all the options if you want. This is the notification. You can turn off the notifications if you want. Search, multitasking. You can even customize all these things. And the apps, privacy, connectivity, screen lock, location service. Always turn off location service and camera. Only turn on when you need it, because it's a good option to turn off when you don't need it. So online accounts you can create, or you can log into your online accounts. You already know that. So sharing, sound, you can customize all the sound options right here. Power, you can change it, power saver or balanced. Display, I already showed it. Mouse and touchpad, you can choose natural or traditional. You can choose the left or right, mouse acceleration, pointer speed. Keyboard, you can customize or you can add the shortcuts if you want. Printers, you can add the printers here. Removable media, color, region and language, accessibility, zoom. All this already you see this, you saw all these options in the GNOME 45 desktop environment. So I don't think I don't need to explain all these things. So user, you can add the user. This is a live user, so or the live boot. So if you install, you will be having your user account here. So default apps, you can change it whatever you want. If you want other browser to change, you can change it here. Image viewer, you have like a tons of apps. Date and time. So this is a educational Ubuntu distro. So that's the reason they have like a lot of apps for the students. So let's close it. Let's open like some of important apps, and whether let's see whether it crashes or not, or we have any lag or anything like that. So it's almost a 1.9 GB. So let me open like a 10 to 12 apps and see whether it crashes or we get any lag or anything in the distro. Let's open bunch of apps. So let's open like a random apps, like a videos, weather. Let's open GIMP and Inkscape. Let me open GIMP. Let's open Gparted. So these are all the available applications. I'm going to show that after all these applications. Let's open, I think, let's open text editor. Let's even open the extensions. What we have is like a map. So let's even open that. I think we are good, I guess. Let's open utilities. Do we have anything here? Let's open disk usage analyzer. Let's even open the image viewer. Here is the image viewer. Let's go to the system monitor and see what's happening. So the memory is almost like a 3.3 GB of a 4 GB, and the CPU, as you can see. So still, I think we are having apps opening in the background. So let's wait for a few seconds there. It's almost like a 3.6 GB, and the CPU is, as you can see, it's almost on the top. So there are all applications still opening in the background. So let's wait for a few more seconds. And you should be seeing a drop in the CPU graph, because we opened all the apps at once. So that's the reason there is a high peak in the graph. So as soon all the apps are opened, it will be a bit of down in the CPU, and the RAM will stay like that because it's running on all the RAM. So these are all the applications running on RAM. So that's the reason the RAM will be like that, and CPU will be going down. As you can see, it's almost like under 50%. So we open like maybe like 10 apps, I guess, maybe, or maybe more like 11 to 12 apps. I don't know. So these are all the apps. I think they are more than 10, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's more than 10, maybe 15. So this is the RAM and this is the CPU. Let's keep it aside. So we didn't see any crash or anything like that. It's a bit of a delay. That's pretty common because we opened all the apps instantly or at once. So that's the reason there was a bit of delay. But other than that, this show is handling pretty much good, I guess, in my opinion. If you have like a 4 GB of RAM, it's pretty much good to use this Linux distro. If you have like a low-end PC, I don't know whether it will run properly or not. You need to test it on your own. I don't recommend this for the low-end PCI maybe because the GNOME desktop environment will consume a bit of more resources than the XFCE and the LXQT, LXDE. So that's the reason. If you want to test it, you can just try it in a live boot, or you can try it in a low-end PC with which you don't use as a main PC or a work PC. You can test it by installing. So let's check the about all the applications and close all the applications. So GIMP is 2.10.34. Let's close this thing. Image viewer 45. Device or the disk usage analyzer 45 because all the applications will be 45.0 because the GNOME desktop environment is 45. So the maps should be also the same version as we can see. Let's close maps also. So these are all the extensions you can customize if you want. You can go to settings, Ubuntu tiling assistant. You can just go to click on settings and you can all customize all these options by, as you can see here. I'm not going to go through all these things because it's going to make a lengthy video, maybe an hour. So that's the reason I'm just going to skip this thing about extensions. Let's close this. About text editor, same as the 45. Gparted will be different. So version is a 1.5.0 and Inkscape should be like a 1.1, I guess. New document. So let's check the version of Inkscape. Here is the version which is a 1.2.2. I think this is the latest version, I guess. About memory, here is the memory. Let's close the Inkscape. This is a video app. Firefox already showed, which is 118. I think we closed all the apps, I guess. Let's open check the file manager version. About files, 45.rc. So here are the customization if you want. Preference, you can even customize all the options here. Icon size, show hidden files, keyboard shortcuts, all this already shown in the GNOME 45 desktop environment video, so no need to show that again. So here is the software manager. Let's check the about. It's 1.0.0 dash alpha, which is called App Center. Here are the updates. Just a few updates, maybe Snap Store, Firefox, and Snapd. If you want anything, you just type in here. For example, VLC. Here is the application. Here are the options. You can directly click on install. Here are the screenshots. Here is the description. You can share the link. You can go with the categories. So let's close this thing also. LibreOffice version. Let's check. It should be like a 7.6.2.1 as we can see. So I think we closed all the apps. So let's check the system resources now. The memory is almost like a 2 GB and CPU is below 30%. So the pre-installed applications, so let's check the pre-installed applications and end the video. So we just have that one only left in the video. So in the art, you get all these applications and you have the clock. The version should be 45.0, convert all, Ubuntu info and admin, Endeavor, extension manager, extensions, games, brainy, compress, language and learning, language support, maps, mathematics, marble, music, office suite, open board, and these are some science apps, social sciences, and you get the utilities and some technology apps. These are all the pre-installed apps which comes with the Ubuntu 23.10, and even you have all the uh, applications in older version also. So that's the end of the video, I guess. So this is the end of the distro, and at the end, these are all the system resources consuming. And let's go to the process. These are all the processes running right now. So this is the system resource. So let's close it. Let's check out the logout screen. Let me log out. So if you want to check other videos of Ubuntu flavors, I already made in the previous videos. So if you want to check that out, you can check that out in my channel. So this is the logout screen. You get the same, all the applications, all the features, accessibilities, all the same as the previous version. So there is nothing new here. So I think that's the end of the video. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu Kylin 23.10. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So I'm running it on a virtualization, which is a VMware with 60 GB of hard disk and 4 GB of RAM. And my CPU is i5 1240p. So here we have the welcome screen of Ubuntu Kylin. So it took almost like a 4 to 5 minutes to show up the welcome screen from the beginning. So it should be more or less of time consuming in your PC. So it took like 4 to 5 minutes in my PC. So it should be different more or less for you. So first you need to choose your location. So you already know all these things, but I'm going to say it again because some of the viewers don't know because they are newcomers or the beginners in Linux. So that's the reason. So you get like a live boot or the option which is called try Ubuntu Kylin, which is like a live boot. And the other option is like a Ubuntu installation or the install Ubuntu Kylin. So this is to use as like a live boot, and this is for the installation. So it's always a good option, or the my opinion, it's always a good option to go with the live boot first. So if you are satisfied without any bugs or any crashes like that, you can go with the installation. So always choose the live boot because it's going to ruin your PC if they have like some of the bugs or crashes. So I don't want you to ruin your PC. That's the reason I'm always warning you again and again in every video. So that's the reason. So always go with the live boot. So it's going to take like a few seconds, and always try to use the live boot for 2 to 3 hours so you can find any bugs or anything like that. So if you don't find any bugs or anything, then go with the installation. So you can check like 4 to 5 videos, not only my channel, you can other check out other channels too, so that you can get all the information, proper information, so that you can go with the installation. Don't just blindly go with single channel or single video. So that's the loudest sound from the Ubuntu Kylin, which is notification or startup sound. So always go with like a 5 to 6 videos, check all the videos and go with the installation. Don't blindly go with someone's video and install, because it's your PC, it's your responsibility. So it's going to ruin your PC if you don't properly install. So it's be careful to check out all the videos. Don't only check out my channel, check out other channels to get all the information. So here is the desktop layout which you get here. So let's open the first system monitor. In my opinion or my choice, I usually don't like the Ubuntu Kylin or the other one, which is Ubuntu Unity. So those are the least favorite Linux distros of mine. So I really don't like it. Another one is Deep in Linux. So that's my opinion. So if you like all these three Linux distros, I don't have any problem. So I really don't like this Linux distro. So that's my opinion. It's clearly will be different for you. So right now in the beginning of the video or the startup of the Linux distro, the RAM is almost like a 1.3 GB and the CPU is almost around like a below 25%. As you can see, we need to run like up to 60 seconds or a minute to get the stable graph. If the graph is almost stable, so that's a stable ISO. So this is also a stable ISO release. So let's try to run it until 60 seconds and see whether we get a high graph or low graph here. So this is the beginning, which is usually common in every Linux distro. As you open the system monitor, you will always be seeing this high graph in the beginning. So that's the reason I always mention to run it until the 60 seconds or a minute, so you can get the complete information or the stable graph of the CPU. And the beginning of the RAM is almost like a 1.3 GB, so it's almost like a 34%. Already mentioned that I'm using a 4 GB of RAM for my VMware, so it says as a 3.8 GB. So it's almost like a 60 second, and just here is some high peak because of some process running back in the background. So let's try to see all the process running. So these are all the process running right now in the beginning of the video. So as you can see, I'm going to put the system monitor in the right side corner throughout the video, so you can see the changes and all the resources consuming throughout the video. So this is the Ubuntu Kylin release 23.10 and the code name is Mantic Minotaur. I already made all the Ubuntu flavor videos. So if you want to check that out, you can check that out in my channel. So these are all the last the Linux distros which I didn't cover, Ubuntu flavors, which is Ubuntu Kylin, and another one will be Ubuntu Studio. Today I'll be posting the 2 videos. So this is the RAM. So the default RAM will you will be getting in all the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors are 6.5.0-9, and you already have some error or bugs here. So this is the usual problem with the Ubuntu Kylin in every freaking version. So that's the reason I always hate this Linux distro, and the Unity one and that Deep in Linux 3 Linux distro is my least favorite, or I really hate them. So it's clearly up to you. If you love it, I don't have any problem. So here is the bug, already we got it. So let's put the system monitor in the right side corner. So let's quickly change the display settings. So it looks pretty odd right now. So let's try to change the display settings. So let's go to the settings. Again, it should take a few seconds here. That's the usual problem in this type of Linux distro. So let's try to control our emotions and try to make this video. So let's try to change the resolution. First, you have to change to according to your monitor. My monitor is like a 1920 into 1080. So you get the 60 hertz. You already know that. So about settings, this is the version. So the official website of the Ubuntu Kylin was not properly working. So I went to the ubuntu.com and searched for the Ubuntu Kylin release and downloaded the ISO file there, because the official website wasn't working. So let's try to see now. So let me open the Firefox web browser, which is the default web browser in the all the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So there is a high in the 100 MB of RAM or 200 MB. As you can see, it's almost 1.6 GB now. because of the Firefox. So let's first check the Firefox version. It should be 118.0.1. So this is the version you always get in all the Ubuntu flavors. Not always in this version or in this case. So every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors has this version right now. So let's type in about and support to get some of the information. Hit enter. So this is some of the important information for some of the viewers. So if you don't want to know this thing, you can just skip this part. Or if you want to learn, or if you want to know this information, or you can just pause the video, or you can just slow down the playback speed, which should be default in a 1.0 in YouTube settings. Change that to 0.25 and you should be seeing everything in a slow motion so you can read everything properly here. So let me scroll it down and let me scroll it up so you can pause the video or you can read completely without having an issue. So this is all the information you get. So let's go to their official website. Let's type in, I'm using a VPN, so that's the reason I will choose the DuckDuckGo, because Google reCAPTCHA will trigger if I am using a VPN. So sometimes VPN triggers the Google reCAPTCHA, so that's the reason. You need to type in the search term, which is Ubuntu Kylin, and hit enter. I hope the website is working now. So I don't think the website is still working because it will take ages to open, as you can see. Let's hope. Let's wait for a few more seconds and try. So if it doesn't work, so let's go to the ubuntu.com. I'm going to show you how to download from the ubuntu.com, the official Ubuntu website. You need to type in ubuntu.com or you can directly search the Ubuntu in your search engine. So that's the case I already mentioned. It will take ages to open. The website is not working for some reason. So let's go to the official website of ubuntu.com. So here is the ubuntu.com. You just need to type in Ubuntu Kylin in the search bar of the Ubuntu. Hit enter. So you will get the daily build here. I'm going to show you the actual release, not the daily build. Don't download the daily build. So here is the daily build. As you can see, you should be seeing this information here. Ubuntu Kylin 23.10 Mantic Minotaur daily build. So you need to just remove this part in the search bar. Remove until the Kylin. So this is the URL. You can directly type in this thing in your search bar. Go with the releases and scroll it down to Mantic or 23.10. You can choose anything here. So go to release and here it is. You don't see any daily build or beta version or anything like that. So this is the stable ISO file. So it's a 4.2 GB and I'm going to show another option like this 23.10. You can go with the 23.10 instead of Mantic. Release. So you'll be seeing the same as the previous thing like a Mantic miniature repository. So here it is. The file size is around like a 4.2 GB. So let's try to download it. So that's it. The downloading process was simply simple. So the download will be started. So still the website isn't open. So the release notes are same as the most of the all Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. The default version of the kernel is 6.5 and all the end of life will be 9 months, which is mid of 2024 or July 2024, as you can see. So it's almost 9 months. So let's try to open the terminal and get some of the information of the distro. I'm going to show all the information here about the distro. So let's first check the about version of the terminal, which is 1.26.1, or you can call it as 1.26.1. Usually you should call the 26 after before the point. So that's the reason I'm saying like that. So let's type in inxi and hit enter. So it's not pre-installed. So we need to copy this command and install the inxi to get all the information. So let's try to install. You need to type Y or yes to continue. It will usually take like a 20 seconds maximum to install the INXI. Let's hope it works faster than that. So it worked pretty much fast, so no problem. Let's type in INXI now. Hit enter. So this is my CPU. Already mentioned I'm using a i5 1240p, and this is the default kernel for the Ubuntu Kylin and Ubuntu flavors. You get all this kernel in all the Ubuntu flavors. So uptime is almost 13 minutes, almost 4 to 5 minutes it took in the just load up in the desktop layout. It took to load up the desktop layout almost like a 4 to 5 minutes. So we didn't even finished anything. So let's try to continue with the video. So the memory is almost like a 1.48 GB of a 3.78, as you can see. Here it is 1.5 GB. So I'm using a 60 GB already mentioned. So I'm going to go with another thing. Processors right now are 281. INXI version is 3.3.29. So let's type in another command, which is INXI dash small b. Hit enter. So you get some of the information here. Let me read it for you. So you get all the CPU, kernel, and storage, which I already mentioned. So here it is. Sorry, system information. You get all the information like a host name, which is Ubuntu Kylin, the kernel, and it's 64 bits, and the desktop environment not available right now. So the distro is Ubuntu Kylin 23.10, and the code name is Mantic Minotaur. So the code name for the Ubuntu 23.10 or the 23.10 version is a Mantic Minotaur. You already know that. So this is the machine. Under machine it says as a VMware because I'm running it on a VMware. So this is my CPU information, which is already mentioned in the beginning of the video. So this is the graphics. So the VMWGFX version is 2.20.0.0. Display is X11. Server Xarch version 1.21.1.7. So the display resolution right now is 1920 into 1080 with a 60 Hz, which I already showed in the beginning of the video. So OpenGL version is a 4.3, Mesa is 23.2.1. So LLVM release. So this is the network information. So this is the drives. So process, uptime, total memory, available memory, used memory, shell, INX version, all this all mentioned in the beginning of the video. So I'm going to type in another command, which is INXI dash capital G. Keep an eye on the RAM and the CPU. I forgot to type in capital letter, so let me type in again. INXI dash capital G. So keep an eye on the RAM and the CPU throughout the video so you can see all the changes here. So here you can see all the information is available right now, which is for the command inxi-g. So let me type in the cat:/etc:/issue. Hit enter. So you get the Ubuntu 23.10 for that command. So let's type in neofetch. So usually neofetch will be not pre-installed. You need to type in the sudo apt install neofetch, or you can just copy this command and paste it in here in the terminal. So usually it will take like a 20 to 30 seconds or maybe less, more or less in your PC. It depends on the PC and internet connection. So it's almost complete. 100%, I guess. So the RAM is almost 1.6 GB and CPU is it's not stable, but it's under still 50%. So let's type in neofetch now. Hit enter. So here is the complete information. You can just pause the video and read everything, or you can just scroll it like this. So let's type in another command, which is inxi-sveit. So this is the command which will grab complete distro information. Hit enter. So you got the all the information of the distro. So let's scroll it up and go through all these things. It will be less, so I'm going to most of this part will be skipped. So this is all the system information. So I already mentioned all these things, so I'm going to go with the machine. So this is the machine information. You just pause the video, read everything. So here is the memory information. Complete memory information is here. So this is the CPU information. Complete CPU information is here. So these are all the vulnerabilities. So this is the graphics information. Graphics, display, monitor, all the information is here, which is XOR version already mentioned, I guess. So display resolution. So available monitor resolutions are here. So complete information is here. You can just pause video. And this is the audio information. Let me go through all these things, which is Pulse Audio version 6.1, as you can see, and ALSA version K6.5.0-9 generic. So you can just pause the video or you can change the playback speed to get all the information here. So this is the complete network information, the Bluetooth information, RAID, drives, partition, swap, unmounted USB, all the information is here. So this is the sensor and repos information. So these are all the process information is here. So at last, the final thing is process running right now are 282. Uptime is almost 18 minutes. Wake ups 310. Init system D version 253. And the let's check it out. Bash version 5.2.15. So you got all the information here. We just left with the stop. So some viewers want to see stop. So let me show you that. Let's type in stop. So we need to try to install the stop. So there is no pre-installed stop here. So we need to copy the command, paste it in the terminal, hit enter. Usually takes 10 seconds maximum. So it should be different. Everything in this video shown will be different timings in your video in your PC because our PCs doesn't match here. So you should, if you have like a slow internet connection, it will be late. If you have a high speed, you should be faster than me. So let's type in stop now. So this is the stop. So when compared to the previous version of the Ubuntu kernel, I guess I should say this is better than older version. So there was some like a bug crash in the beginning of the video, but everything is going good. So that's pretty much good. So let's try to go through all these things and see whether we get any bugs or anything more or like that. But till now, almost 18 minutes, it's going, everything is good. Just we found a bug in the beginning of the video. So I hope it works properly throughout the video, so we can recommend this Linux distro to other viewers too. So if not, I'm not going to recommend this. So let's what we left with the installation. I'm not going to install it on my PC because I want to make another video. So that's the reason I'm just going to show you the process of installation. So if you are already a Linux user or if you are already a pro Linux user, you don't need to watch all these things of the installation because you already know how to do that. You can just skip this part. So the installation will be the like this. First, you need to choose your language. There are plenty of available languages here, as you can see. After choosing your language, you need to just click on continue. So here you have the installation app or the installer. So in the live boot, you will be getting the installer. So you don't need to worry about the, in the beginning of the video. So I already mentioned that there will be a option in the live boot of the installer. So you don't need to try to directly install in the beginning of the video. I shown that. So you don't need to just launch the Linux distro and try to install it. You can just use the Linux distro in live boot and then go with the installation. So this is the app which is called as install Ubuntu Kylin. So this part is for the beginners who don't know how the Linux distros works or the installation work in the Linux distro. So you need to choose your language here. I'm choosing the English United States. There are plenty of other variant available for the English United States like Russian, Hawaiian, all the option. So or you can just type it here to test your keyboard or detect your keyboard layout here. Let's click on continue. By far the Ubuntu Kylin 23.10 is working properly, so I hope this works throughout the video. So let's try to see that too. So the updates and other software, these are the both options you can choose, or it's clearly up to you. It's clearly customizable. You can do that later too. So in the installation, I hope it will be a good option for you to check this button, because it says as a download updates for installing Ubuntu Kylin. So it will be helpful. And the install third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi hardware, this one is too helpful. So it's clearly up to you. In my opinion, it's a good option to check these things, and up to you. It's clearly. So let's click on continue. It's going to take like a 30 to 40 seconds in my PC. I'm again saying in my PC because usually people will confuse that it was quick or less. It was more than 30 seconds. So yeah, that's the reason I'm saying it will take 30 to 40 seconds or lesser in my PC. So instead of waiting for this, let's go check out some desktop features like a date and calendar, like a panel options, all these things. So here is the notification. There was a bit of lag, but properly working. So let's go back to the installation. Installation is started. So this option is like a erase disk and install Ubuntu Kylin. It will delete the current operating system, or the delete current files or media files, everything which is available in that hard disk. You need to choose your hard disk here. So advanced features. So this is the new option which says as a erase disk and use ZFS. So this is the new option. So you can choose the this option or something else. Something else is like you can install the Linux distro alongside with your current operating system, or you can call it like a dual operating system or a dual boot options. So this is the thing. You need to create a partition for that. So you can watch another guy's channel or another videos, so you can get how to install this alongside with Linux distros with your current operating system. You need to check other tutorials too. There are a lot of guys who make these videos. So it's always a good option. Go check out like 5 other channels and go with the installation. Don't just watch my channel and go with the installation. That will be a foolish thing to do that thing when you don't know. You need to search for all the things for installation, because it's your PC, it's your responsibility to do all these things. So I'm trying to warn you again and again, don't ruin your PC, because it is nowadays the PC is a lot of costly. So that's the reason I'm mentioning that. So these are the installations. You get a single boot option here, you get a dual boot, or you can do anything here. So you can click on install now. You need to create like a username, password. That's the common thing you should do in every PC or every operating system. So after that, you will be started with the installation. It will take usually 5 to 10 minutes, or maybe lesser or more in your PC. So it depends on the PC, and it depends on the if it's stable ISO file or a beta version, whatever the ISO file it is, it will take like a less or more that time. So that was the installation of the Ubuntu Kylin, or installation process. I didn't install, so I'm going to say installation process. So let's quit it. So let's do the final part, which is open some random apps like 10 to 12 apps. I usually do this thing to test whether the Linux distro will handle that much of apps, or whether it crashes, or all these things, to get the proper usage of the distro. So I'm going to open like a random apps, like a 10 to 12 apps, to see whether it crashes or not. As you can see, there is a bit of lag or like a freeze here. As you can see, when I'm scrolling, for some reason it is not smooth. So when I do like a 10 to 5 to 10 times, as you can see, there is a bit of lag. So let's try to test this Linux system now. So let's open some random things like an Ansible document viewer. That was quick. Let's open the burner. So there is no thing like you need to open this apps or that app. I want to test it, so that's the reason I'm going to open some random things. So I usually do all these things in all the Linux distros to test, or to give the exact opinion of my PC, or my perspective to the viewers, so they can use this Linux distro or not. So they can judge whether to use this Linux distro or not. So let me open some more apps. It's just a 4 apps. Fifth one, Rhythm Box, Thunderbird. Let's open Thunderbird. Sixth one. Let's scroll down. Video player. Seventh one. Let's open the some other things. What we left here is Pluma text editor, I guess. So let's scroll it up. Let's open the gparted. As you can see, there is a bit of freeze in the scrolling or lag. Not a major lag, but it is a bit of not a smooth scrolling. So let's open the, I think I opened the software center, I guess. So we get all these things. So these are all the default apps you get in the Ubuntu Kylin. So let's open the Peony. So that's all, I guess. Did I open the rhythm box? I opened the rhythm box too. So let's see the disks. Let me open the cheese. Here it is. It's almost like now 11 apps, I guess. Let's try to open more. Let's even open the document scanner, I guess. Let's scroll it down. Document scanner. I think we are good, I guess. Let's try to scroll it down. Do we have anything left here? So this is like a weather app. Let's even open that thing too. I didn't open the Shortwell app, so let me open that too. There is no in the smoothness in the scrolling while scrolled up in the search bar or the application bar. So there is a bit of lag or some freeze or stucking thing here, as you can see. So I think they should fix this thing too. So let's open the startup disk creator. So that's all. So let's go back to the system monitor and check the resources now. So right now it's almost 2.5 GB or the 66% of 3.8 GB, and CPU will be not stable because we opened all the apps instantly. So that's the reason there will be a high peak, low peak in here. So after all the apps opened, it will go down eventually. So as you can see, it dropped down here. It will go down until like a 30% below. So that's, you can assume that all the apps are opened. So as you can see, here is the final or the app when apps open. This is the final RAM and the CPU resources. So let's put it aside. So as you can see, everything is going good. So while switching the apps, there is no lag or no delay in here. We can switch in the taskbar too. So as you can see, everything is working properly. That's pretty awesome. They fixed, I guess, all the bug fixes like a previous version. So we just got the bug fix in the beginning of the video. Other than that, there is nothing, any errors or anything. I didn't find anything like that. So it's clearly up to you to try it or install it on your own. So you should judge all these things. So as you can see, every app is opening instantly. That's pretty good because there is a lot of space in the RAM. As you can see, it has still like almost 1.5 GB around like that. So when you open a bunch of apps or when you install the lot of apps like more than these apps, most of the apps are lightweight. We don't have like a GIMP or something like a Blender app or the Gwenview. All some of the high consuming apps, not a Gwenview, like a Inkscape, like most graphics apps will consume a lot of memory, but we don't have anything like that. We just have the Thunderbird and the LibreOffice, I guess. I don't think LibreOffice is open right here, I guess. So let's try to open the LibreOffice, which is a calculator. Let me open that, or writer. You can open anything. So RAM will be high now. So when you install all this like a GIMP and all the big apps, big or the heavy resource consuming apps, so you need to be very careful while doing that because when you open like a 5 to 6 app which consumes a lot of RAM and you have like a 4 GB of RAM, So it might crash or it might just stuck on the screen like in my previous video. So which was I guess some Linux distro I made yesterday. I don't remember properly because I will be making 6 7 videos a day. So the videos are available in the previous video or previous in my channel. So let me go to the system monitor. So here it is, 2.7 GB. It's still less, but you have still a lot of RAM, so everything will be working properly. So if you have a 2 GB of RAM, I don't know whether to use this Linux distro or not. I'm not going to recommend, I'm not going to hate this Linux distro for you, because it's clearly up to you to how it will perform on a 2 GB of RAM. I don't know. So I can't even say anything about that when I don't know about that thing. So it will be you to judge when you use this Linux distro. So if you have a 2 GB of RAM or if you have a low end PC, try it on your own. I'm not going to say anything because I don't know how it performs, so I can't say anything. So in the 4 GB of RAM and I have a 12th gen i5, so it is working properly. I just had one error, that's it. So we opened all the apps, almost low RAM consuming apps, but it's still working properly. So it's clearly up to you to use this Linux distro or not. But in my point of view, it is properly updated to all these things, or they have fixed most of the things than previous version. The previous version was a properly a pain to use this Linux distro. I was really hating that older version because there was a lot of pop-ups like a bug error, something like going crazy around throughout the video. You can check it out my previous version of the Ubuntu Kylin. You should be seeing a lot of things. It was a bit of torture to use this Linux distro, but in this version I am happy to see only a one bug fix, or a one bug which I encountered in the beginning of the video. So it is working properly and smoothly in this version. So as you can see, everything is working instantly, so that's pretty nice. At least they worked on it, but the Unity version is probably still the worst. Even the 23.10 version was totally worst. I need to say that I don't have any hate about of the developers, but the distro was properly not properly worked or anything like that. It was a lot of problem to work on that Linux distro. So I rage quit it on the Ubuntu Unity video. So you can see if you want to check that out video. So let's check all the version and end the video because we completed everything. So I said my point of view of this Linux distro. So it's clearly up to you to judge whether to use it or not. It's clearly up to you. So the LibreOffice version you should be getting 7.6.2.1, which is same in every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So let me close this thing also. So about disk, you should be getting a version of 45.0 of. So this is the version. You can pause the video and read everything. So let me close this thing also. So about cheese, you get a 44.1. So let me close this thing. About scanners, you should be getting a 44.0. And Ploma text editor 1.26.0. Shortwell version 0.32.2. Let me close this thing also. Gparted 1.5, I guess. Yes, it is 1.5.0, which is same in every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. Startup disk, you need to do all these things on your own. So the Thunderbird, you should be getting the version Supernova, I guess. So let's check the version. We should be 115.3, I guess. Yep, it is 115.3.1, which is same in every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So let me close this thing also. So as you can see, everything is properly closing. Everything has been working smoothly. That's pretty awesome. But the scroll bar in the application is pretty weird or bit of lag. So that if that fixed, everything will be flawless, I guess. One bug is you can just ignore that thing. It is usual in every Linux distro, so you can just ignore that part. So video player 3.1.1, you can't say anything just for because of one bug in the beginning of the video. It is properly if that was good, so I don't have any problem. So even though if you had one problem, I don't have still any problem because everything is working properly. So only thing is this thing, as you can see, there is a bit of laggy thing or any like a a bit of it is stucking somewhere around here. As you can see, when you scroll it like 3 to 4 times, it will totally stuck here, as you can see. So that's the only problem, and some beginner bug. That's the only problem I have. So other than that, everything is going properly. So the rhythm box is 3.4.7. So this is like a sticky note. Let me close this thing. Burner version is 3.0.0. That's good. And you have the file manager. So let's try to see this version too. Peony 3.2.2. Let's close this thing. This is the first time you have entered the system or software source. Abnormal to install, uninstall, upgrade software in the system. You need to connect to the network to update the software source. I've already connected. So if you do not have an internet or do not want to update, you can trigger these by running software store next time features. Tick no more reminders will no longer pop up prompts. Please select. Let me quit it. You can customize, you can update or don't update. It's clearly up to you. For the sake of the video, I'm just going to quit it. So let's check the version of the Atrial document viewer 1.26.0. So here is the complete information of this Ubuntu Kylin 23.10. I'll change my opinion. In the beginning of the video, I said it was worst in the previous version, but they have fixed most of the things. We have just some scrolling issues, and a bug was issued or bug was encountered in the beginning of the video. Other than that, everything is working properly, so I don't have any problem with that. Just for two reasons, I can't hate any Linux distro because there will be a lot of work. If you find a bunch of errors, then I will be triggered with an anger. So I didn't find anything like that. So that's still a good Linux distro. If you want to test it, it's clearly up to you to judge whether to use it or not. So before installing, you always test it. Even it's a famous Linux distro, go with the live boot first. Then if you're satisfied without any bugs or errors, you can go with the installation. This is I'm saying warning. You can think it as a warning or anything like that, because I don't want you to ruin your PC. That's the reason I'm saying again and again. And always don't just watch a single video of someone's and go with the installation, because you need to watch a lot of videos, or at least a 3 to 4 videos. Even if you don't have a time, just watch like a 3 to 4 videos, and whether if it's properly working or not on that version, go with the if you check with the Ubuntu Kylin 23.10, you need to check like a 3 to 4 videos of other channels too, not a single channel. Check other channels to get all the information and go with the installation. So at the end of the video, these are all the system resources, which is CPU. RAM is almost 1.7 GB, and CPU is pretty much stable. So the process running are all these things, as you can see. So these are all the process running right now. So I think that's the end of the video, I guess. So these are all the things. Let's shut it down. So I'm making another video right now, which is Ubuntu Studio. If you want to check that out video, the video will be available in a few seconds or few minutes. I'll be posting that too. So this is the end. So let's end the video here. Let's shut it down. Again, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out. Today we are looking at the Ubuntu Studio 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So let's quickly boot it in a live boot. So I'm running it on as a virtualization, which is a VMware with 60 GB of hard disk. I have i5 1240p CPU, and I'm using a 4 GB of RAM for the virtualization or a VMware. So here is the welcome screen of the Ubuntu Studio. You get the same options as in the previous version, like try Ubuntu Studio and the installation of Ubuntu Studio. So this is the option which is to do with the live boot. This is a live boot option, and you can directly install in this option. So in my opinion, or my advice is, always go with the live boot first. After you satisfied, you can go with the installation later. There is already a installer or the installation app in the live boot also. You don't need to worry of the whether I can't install in a live boot. You can do that in the live boot also. So first you need to choose your language here. There are plenty of languages available. So it took almost like a 3 to 4 minutes to load up to the welcome screen from the startup. So that is in my PC, so it should be less, more or less in your PC. It took like a 3 to 4 minutes in my PC. It should be more or less in your PC. So let's try to live boot first. So this is a good option to go with the first live boot, even it's a stable ISO file. So if you encounter any bugs or any errors or any crashes, so you can just remove the ISO file. So that's the reason I will say always go with the live boot first. So it will take like a few seconds to boot it in a live boot. So as you can see, mouse pointer is already here. So let's wait for a few more seconds and we should be seeing the desktop layout loaded. So here is the desktop layout completely loaded. So the default desktop environment you get in the Ubuntu Studio is the KDE Plasma. So let's first open the system monitor before doing the display settings. So we can see, or we can know the exact system resources which consumes in this Linux distro. So it takes few seconds because most of things should be loaded. So I'm using a 4 GB of RAM for my VMware, I already mentioned. So it's almost a 1.8 GB of RAM is consuming right now. So CPU is not on the stable side because it's still it's we started right now, so that's the reason there is no stable graph. We should run like a 60 seconds or a minute to get all the stable graph. So these are all the information. Let's go to the applications. So right now these are all the applications running. So here is the history. Let me make it bigger so you can get exact numbers. So CPU, as you can see, already mentioned, this will be common in when you open the system monitor in the beginning of the video. This will be a high graph in every Linux distro. So you need to ignore this part, and we need to run the RAM or the CPU part to until 60 seconds so we can get a stable graph. As you can see, it's almost pretty stable. So this is the 60 seconds line or a minute line. You can run it till here to get the stable graph. So it's almost pretty stable. So the RAM is 1.8 GB. So let's go to the process right now. So CPU is around or below 25%. So these are all the process running right now in the beginning of the video, or when we started the Linux distro. These are all the process running. I didn't open any of the apps, not even the display settings. So that's the reason I didn't change even the display setting. So this is the CPU and this is the RAM. So let's put the system monitor throughout the video in the right side corner so you can see all the changes, high and low in the CPU and RAM. You can see throughout the video. So let's put it in the right side corner. So I will be placing the system monitor in the right side corner so you don't miss anything. So let's change the display setting. So my monitor is 1920 into 1080. So let me change that to 1920 into 1080 with a 16:9 ratio with a 60 hertz. Let's click on apply, keep it. Let's check about the system or the about the distro. Here it is, Ubuntu Studio 23.10. The code name for 23.10 is Mantic Miniature, you already know. And the KDE Plasma version you are getting is 5.27.8. I guess this is the latest version. So frameworks you are getting 5.110.0. Qt version is a 5.15.0 and the kernel version is 6.5.0-9, low latency 64-bit, and graphics platform X11. And this is the kernel which will get in all the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. This is the default kernel version you are getting in all the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So let's close this thing and let's open the internet browser, which is a Firefox web browser. The version should be 118.0.2 or zero point 0.1 like that. So that is the version which is already available in every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So I already made another video today, which is Ubuntu Kalen, because I'll be posting 2 videos daily. So I made all the Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors videos. I just left with the Ubuntu Studio, which is right now, and the Ubuntu Kalen is already made. So we are covered every Ubuntu and Ubuntu flavors. So if you want to check all the videos which are already available in my channel, go check it out. So let's first check the version. So already mentioned the version is 118.0.1. So let's type in about and support to get some of the information. So if you don't find this information as important, you can just skip this part. So let me scroll it down. If you want to see all the information or read every information, you can just pause the video or you can slow down the playback speed in the YouTube settings. The default playback speed is 1.0 and you need to change it to 0.25 to read everything properly. It will be a slow-mo video, so you can just read everything in a slow-mo by changing to 0.25. So this is all the information. So let's go to their official website. So let's type in Ubuntu Studio. Hit enter. This is the search term you need to type in, which is Ubuntu Studio. The first link is their website, which is ubuntustudio.org, or you can directly type in like ubuntustudio.org, which will take directly to their official website. So here is the version Ubuntu 23.10 Ubuntu Studio. So it is supported until July 2024 or mid 2024. So you need to be using this Linux distro or not, it's clearly up to you. Or you can go with the LTS, which is supported until April 2025, which is almost like a 2 years. So this is just a 9 months. So it's clearly up to you to judge whether to use this Linux distro or this one. It's clearly up to you. I'm not going to recommend anything here because if you ask me, LTS will be a better option if you don't want to change every time. So it's clearly up to you. It's my opinion or my perspective. So it's clearly up to you to use it or not. So let's read first the release notes of the Ubuntu Studio 23.10 Mantic Minotaur. So this is for a pre-release version of Ubuntu Studio. The contents of these notes are subject to change. No support is provided. Use it at your own risk. Even the official website says use it on your own risk. So it's clearly up to you to use it or not. So you can download from here. Changes for this release compared to 23.04, you get the pipewire version like this, which is 0.3.79. Carla upgraded to 2.5.7. Plugins 1.2.11. Audacity 3.333 or 3.3.3. Order 7.5.0. Patch hands upgrade to 1.0. So these are all the changes. You can just pause the video, read everything. So I'm going to open some of the apps here for testing at the end of the video. So you can see the versions in the end of the video. So these are all the release notes. Let me show you the downloading process too, because some viewers want to see how to download that thing. So here you get again the 9 months of support. So remember to use whatever Linux distro you want here. So it is 3 years of support of the 22.04.3 LTS. So check or download anything you want here. So these are all the system requirements you needed. The recommended is this much, which is i5, which is 16 GB or 64 GB more for audio and video work. So if you are a normal user, you can just go with the 4 GB and like Intel Core 2 Duo. So if you are working with the music and audio, all these things, you need to go with the if you are working with the studio things, you need to go with this complete recommended thing, or you can just use like mine, which is i5 1240p and 4 GB of RAM, 60 GB of hard disk. So you can go with this thing too if you have anything like this. So read everything. It's on the official website. You can directly go to the official website and read everything here. You have the option of a torrent download or a direct download. You can check checksums and alternate downloads are here, release note is here. So let me download it directly from the HTTPS. So the file size should be around 5.3 GB, as you can see in the top right side corner. It's a 5.3 GB of size because some of the apps which are audio and video things which is available for studio things, so that's the reason the file size is this much. So it's pretty okay if I have all these apps. So the file size is 5.3 GB. So let's close the browser. Let's go with the installation. So people who already are a Linux user or pro Linux user, you can just skip this part. So let me open the installer. So here is the installer available. When I mentioned in the beginning of the video, there is an installer available in the live boot too. So you don't need to worry when you choose the live boot or the direct installation path. So this is the installer which is directly on the desktop. You don't need to worry of where it will be. So you get the language selection here, which is pretty common in every Linux distro. So you don't get any new installer like the Ubuntu has, which is Ubuntu 23.10 has the new installer, but you don't get anything in any Ubuntu flavors. So it is only in Ubuntu. So you get still the older installer. So choose your language, click on continue. You need to choose your keyboard layout, choose keyboard variant, or you can just type it here to test your keyboard, detect your keyboard layout here. I'm choosing the English United States and the default variant, which is English United States. There are like a Hawaiian, Russian, all the other variant too. You can choose anything you want. It's clearly up to you. Click on continue after choosing your keyboard layout or the keyboard variant. You get like updates and other software. It's in my opinion, it's a good option to check this thing, or it's my advice to check this option because it will update while installing Ubuntu Studio, which are the downloads, and install third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi hardware and additional media formats. So this one is also be helpful. So it's clearly up to you. It's you can do that later too if you are already a Linux user. You already know what to do. So click on continue. So it's going to prepare the Ubuntu drivers. Usually it will take like a maximum of 30 to 40 seconds in my PC, but it should be less or more in your PC. It depends on the different PCs. So in my PC, it should take like a 30 to 40 seconds. Instead of waiting for this, let's check out the desktop features or the panel features. On the taskbar, here are the date and time, notifications, status, all these things are here. Internet connection, disks and devices, volume. You can control the volume here, keyboard. So these are the things. It's still taking a few seconds here, I guess. So this is the RAM right now, which is 2.2 or 2.3 GB, and CPU is also going crazy because of installation. So the installation type is you get the two options in every Linux distro. So erase disk and install Ubuntu Studio. This option will delete the current operating system or delete the current files which is available in that installation path, whichever you choose, or the installation media. So whether you choose the hard disk or a virtual disk, it's going to erase everything. If you choose the virtual disk, you don't need to worry. If you choose the hard disk, you need to be careful what you choose here. So something else, like you need to create a partition which Ubuntu Studio will be installed alongside with the current operating system, or you can call it as like a dual boot operating system or a dual boot option. You will get Ubuntu Studio with your Linux other operating system which is present right now in the hard disk. So you need to create that. For this video you need to check out other videos, because for this tutorial you need other video. So you need to check others channel who make the how to install dual boot. They will make a tutorial on that. So you can check other channels to get the information. Again, I want to say that one thing which is important for most of the viewers. So don't just watch my video and try to install. Try to watch like 5 to 6 videos of this version, whatever the Linux distro it is. Check about that version. Don't just go with the single video and just try to install it on your PC, because it may ruin your PC, because it's your PC, you should be responsible. So that's the reason I warn in every video. So it's your PC, you need to be very careful. So check like 5 to 6 videos, at least 3 to 4 videos of other channels. Don't check the same channel. Check like a 3 to 4 videos and go with the installation later. And always go with the live boot first, then go with the installation. Don't directly go with the installation, because there should be some bugs or errors. Even it's a stable ISO file, be careful. Even it's a stable ISO file, it should have some errors sometimes, or some bugs or something like that. So try to do all these things to save your PC. So that's the reason I always say it's your PC, you need to be very responsible for that. So even it's a boring thing, because I won't want to ruin your PC, that's the reason I say it again and again. Sorry if it's a boring. So let me close the installation, because I need to make another video. So that's the reason I'm not going to install it. So let's me quit. And this was the installation process. I'm not going to say installation, I'm going to say it as an installation process, because I didn't install it on my hard disk or virtual disk. So right now let's check out the changes in the desktop and wallpapers. So I guess there is a default wallpaper, as you can see in the background. So this is the Mantic Minotaur wallpaper. So let me put the system monitor again back. So you get all these wallpapers, which is like a 6 wallpaper. One is from KDE Plasma and other from all the Ubuntu Studio. So you have like a Ubuntu Studio 22.04, and it is a Mantic Miniature. So you get nothing here, like just a few wallpapers. So let's check the previous version wallpaper. Let's apply that. So you get a simple one, and the Mantic Miniature will be with a bull. So that's the changes in the wallpaper. So we pretty much covered everything. Let me open the terminal to get some of the information, which is console. I forgot to show that in the beginning, but I will show you right now. Usually I should be showing in the beginning of the video in every Linux distro, but I forgot for some reason, because I made like a 6 videos today. So that's the reason, I'm sorry for that. So console version 23.08.1. So let me type in INXI. So it's not pre-installed. Let me copy and put it in the terminal, and let's try to install it right now. It will take like a 20 seconds maximum. We need to type Y, which is yes. It will take like a 30 seconds a maximum, or 20 seconds, and you should be installed with INXI. And this is the process to get all the information. So that's the reason I'm installing. I will give you all the information of the distro most of the time. So let's type in INXI. So if I forgot anything to show in the Linux distro, just let me know in the comment section, because it will help other viewers too. So this is the CPU already mentioned. I'm using this CPU, and the kernel already mentioned. Uptime is almost 21 minutes. It's almost 21 minutes using this Linux distro. Memory is almost 2.39. In this case, we have like a 2.4 GB. So INXI version is 3.3.29. Process running right now are 296. Storage is 60 GB. I already mentioned all these things. So let me type in INXI-small b, hit enter. So under system, it says as a host, which is Ubuntu Studio, and the kernel, which is already mentioned. It's a 64-bit, already mentioned. Desktop environment, you are getting a KDE Plasma version 5.27.8. So distro is Ubuntu 23.10 Mantic Miniature, because it's a flavor of Ubuntu. So that's the reason you get the distro as a Ubuntu. And under machine, it says as a VMware, because I'm running it on a VMware. Under CPU, it says all the CPU information, which I already mentioned, so no need to show that again. Under graphics, you get the display X11 server Xorg version 1.21.1.7. and VMWGFX version 2.20.0.0, XVLAN version 23.2.0. So present resolution of my monitor is 1920 into 1080 with a 60 Hz. So OpenGL version 4.3, Mesa 23.2.1. So release LLVM. So this is my network information. So these are the drives, which is hard disk information. These are all the process, INXI, all the information. So let me type in INXI dash capital G, hit enter. So here is some of the information. If you want, you can read it. So let me type in cat:/etc/issue, hit enter. So the Ubuntu 23.10 is here after you type the cat:/etc. So let me type in the neofetch. So neofetch is also not pre-installed. We need to copy the command and paste it in the terminal. Let me paste it. It will take like a 20 seconds. These are the same seconds which will be installed. So we need to type Y for installation. So that's the duration which will be which it takes in installation of all these things, which is NXI or NeoFetch or Hestop. Hestop will be pretty much installed instantly. So let me type in NeoFetch, which is completed now. So here is the NeoFetch for some of the viewers. It says as a Kubuntu and the kernel as 6.5.0 and uptime is 24 minutes. Packages 3023. You can just read it here. Shell bash version is 5.2.15. I'm not going through all these things because it will take a lengthy video. It will take a lot of time here. So that's the reason you can just pause the video and read everything. So let me type in another command, which is inxi-sv8. Hit enter. When you type this command, it will grab all the distro information. So let me show you all these things. I'm not going to read everything. I'm just going to show the important parts here. So the system information, as you can see, is completely here. You can just pause the video and read everything. The machine information, the memory, the CPU information, the vulnerabilities, the graphics information, graphics, monitor, screen, display, everything is here. So the available resolutions are here. As you can see, complete monitor and graphics information is here. You can just pause video and read everything. And here is the audio information, complete audio information. Jack version is 1.9.21 and ELSA version K6.5.0-9. You get all the information here. So this is the network information. So this is the Bluetooth information. If you have a Bluetooth, you should be getting the Bluetooth information here. Logical, RAID, drives, partition, swap, unmounted, USB, all the information is here, as you can see. Sensors, repos, process, all the information is here. You can just pause video and read everything. So the shell bash version already mentioned. Process running right now are 279. Uptime is almost 24 minutes. We've been using 24 minutes of this Linux distro. Wake ups 215. Init system D version 253. So we covered every information. Compiler GCC version 13.2.20. So we got all the information. We just left with a hastop. Let's type in that too. Hastop is not pre-installed, so let's type in hastop now. You need to type in sudo apt install hastop to install the hastop, which will be very quick in 5 seconds like that, or 10 seconds maximum. So it's finished. Hastop. So some of the viewers want to see hastop, so that's the reason I showed the hastop here. So let's close the terminal. We don't need anything here. So we pretty much completed everything. So we need to test whether it's a stable distro or not. So this will be a test which will I will be doing in every Linux distro, or I already did in all the previous videos too. I'll open like a 15 to 16 apps come instantly to whether to see this Linux distro will crash or not, we get any bugs or anything like that. So that's the reason I'll try to open all these things. So I want to see, I always try to see whether it handles pretty much good or not. So that's the reason. Let me open like a dark table, dgcam, the gimp, and krita, and other one is like a OBS studio. Pretty much like a, we open like 5 to 6 apps now. Let's open the Firefox also. So everything is working pretty much good. I hope everything will be opened properly throughout the video. So we didn't find any bugs or anything. So let's try to open like a still more like a LibreOffice or some of the important apps. So we can at least get, or we can judge it on this process. We can judge whether to use this Linux distro or not. Most of the cases you will easily get the idea whether to use this Linux distro or not. So that's the reason I will open like this, like a 10 to 12 apps, or maximum like a 15 to 16 apps, whether to see this Linux distro will work properly or not. So you can easily judge it on this test to use this Linux distro or not. So let me open most of the apps here. Let's put it on all the applications. So I don't see any lag or anything like that. So that's pretty awesome right now. Let me open the Blender also. So we pretty much opened the most resource consuming apps. So everything is going good. So let's even check the system monitor whether it's almost full or not. So it's pretty much near to full. So it's almost a 3.0 GB. Let me maximize it properly to see everything. So I don't think we should open still a lot of apps, because it's going to stop it, and it will we can't do anything about that. We need to at least restart it again, because most of my previous videos, which is BROS or the Ubuntu Unity, BROS was pretty much good, but the Ubuntu Unity was still the worst. That was pretty, almost I didn't open any of the apps. Even it's stabilized the file, but it didn't open anything. I didn't open like a lot of apps. I just opened like a 2 or 3 apps. It was completely stopped, or freezed on the distro. It completely stopped. I can't make any video, so I rage quit it on that video. So if you want to check that out, the videos are available in my previous videos, so you can check it out in my channel. So I think we need to stop it here, because we pretty much opened a lot of apps here. So let's see the system monitor, because LibreOffice covered it. So it's almost like a 3.6 GB. We just have like a 200 MB left in the RAM. So I think I can say this is a stable release. The CPU is almost a 99%. So there is a bit of delay in the usage of, or when you click on something, you need to wait for some time here, because almost CPU is full, the RAM is full, because we opened like most of the heavy resource consuming apps. So that's the reason. So it's pretty okay to say this Linux distro is stable, because these are GIMP, and this most of the graphics consuming apps are heavy consuming. So that's the reason. They covered almost every possible RAM available. So that's the reason. So I think the screen has frozen, as you can see. I can't do anything here. So the LibreOffice version is 7.6.5.2. So this most of the apps version already is shown in the release note, so you don't need to worry about the version here. So as you can see, it is completely stopped working on my screen. I can't do anything, because we opened the Blender, Darktable, DGCam, GIMP, Krita, OBS Studio, Audacity, LibreOffice, most of the heavy resource consuming apps. The memory is almost right in front of you, as you can see. So, but it is stopped. So that's the reason it's almost completely filled with the RAM and CPU, but somehow working slowly. So it will take a lot of time to close these things. I rather end the video here, because we pretty much covered everything. So in my case, I'm going to give you my opinion. If you open like a most heavy resource consuming apps when you have 4 GB of RAM, so you don't need to open all these things. When you're using this Linux distro, just use like a 4 or 5 apps open maximum. Don't open all the apps like I opened. This pretty much a big mistake you are doing here. So when you open like a Blender and a GIMP, Krita, that's enough. You don't need to open all the apps at once. In order to do that, you just need to close another app because it's going to freeze completely, and it will be a heavy consuming app, or you need to restart the PC, or you need to shut it down the PC. So that's the reason. If you are on live boot and you need to, if you are on live boot, if you are doing any work, it will completely erase everything because it's a live boot. If you install, you can restart like that. The work will be still in a progress. So that's the difference in a live boot and the installation. So if you are on live boot, it's going to erase everything as soon as you restart. So be careful while doing or working with the live boot. So you need to know what a live boot does and live boot works. So I think that's the end of the video, I guess, because we covered everything. So while I was using the this Linux distro before opening all these apps, it was pretty much stable and working pretty much flawlessly. So if you want to test it, you can test it. So whether if you ask me whether to use this Linux distro or not, so it's clearly up to you. I'm not going to say any Linux distro should do, you should do use it, because it will be different for you and it will be different for me, because we have different PCs, so we should be having different experience. So if you have a 2 GB of RAM, it shouldn't work properly for you. If I have a like a 4 GB of RAM, so this is my test, or this is my result in front of you. So if you have a heavy or a high-end PC, you should be going good with everything. Even if you open like a bunch of apps, big heavy resource consuming app, you should be good. Like a recommended is like a low end PC, but you need to have like a more RAM to do all this work. They already mentioned in the system requirements, so you need to have all that resources to get completely use of this Linux distro. So it's clearly up to you to judge it on your own. So I don't say, if you have a low end PC, I don't recommend this Linux distro, because if you have like a 2 GB of RAM and a low end PC, so it will be a bit of problem for you. You can use it on a live boot and you can open like a 1 or 2 app maximum, because in 4 GB of RAM I can't open this many of apps. So that's the reason I'm saying that. So again, it's clearly up to you to use it or not. It's clearly up to you judge to use it or not. So I already made another video of Ubuntu Kylin. So if you want to check that out, you can check that out, because I'll be posting 2 videos daily. So I think I should end this video here, because still the apps are opening and I can't use the monitor or the mouse cursor anywhere here. So I'm going to end this video. Again, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the thumbs up button. It helps make a good content for you. Other than that, I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace out.